Chapter 1006, Sirius Planet, Fire Tongue Tree. 5 days later, a blue-white planet appeared in everyone's vision. The universe-level spacecraft traveled at a fast speed. This journey was meant to take 8 days, but they reached their destination in 5. The Sirius planet was a life planet at the northwest boundary of the Great Qian Empire. It wasn't as big as the Great Qian planet, but it was much bigger than Earth. This life planet was magical. Many formidable warriors were born here, and all of them had achieved numerous military exploits. They were prominent figures of their generation. The boundaries of the empire were the front line of resisting dark apparitions. This was where worse battles were held. Anyone who managed to survive the front line wouldn't be ordinary. The owner of Flaming River World was one of them. The universe-level spacecraft landed and parked on the dock of the Sirius planet. Wang Ting alighted with the head of the chamber. Cars came to fetch them. Sitting in the flying car, Wang Ting admired the scenery on the planet. They passed through the busy streets and came to the outskirts of the city. They entered the wilderness. The Flaming River World wasn't in the city. The Rune Energy flying car traveled for more than an hour before coming to a stop. A huge valley had appeared before everyone with buildings erected in the middle. It was a prosperous site. This should be where the descendants of the owner of the Flaming River World live. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The flying car stopped in the valley. Someone came to welcome them immediately. The person was a middle-aged Heaven Stage martial warrior who had long fiery red hair. He smiled and said, "The Qi family prepared for a long time after learning about your arrival. It's our honor." The head nodded at him. "Sir, this way please." Qi Tiancheng bowed respectfully before leading the way in front. "There's no need to trouble you. Please bring us directly to the Flaming River World," the head said. "All right, please follow me." Qi Tiancheng nodded. He didn't force them. They went deep into the valley under his lead. This place was secluded and heavily guarded. It was the forbidden ground of the Qi family, a place other people couldn't enter. Suddenly, a towering fiery red tree entered everyone's vision. It shot right into the sky. The tree was enormous. If 10 people linked their hands and went around it, they might not be able to circle it. This was how huge the trunk was. The branches were filled with fiery red leaves like flames burning in the air. It looked holy and divine. A thick fire force floated around the giant tree, with no other plants around it. Roots as thick as giant pythons bulged out of the ground. They seemed exceptionally rough and gigantic. This tree. Wang Ting was dumbstruck. "We're here." Qi Tiancheng stopped and pointed to the giant tree in front. "The entrance of the Flaming River World is in the tree hole." "The Flaming River World is in a tree?" Wang Ting was flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "Why are you making a fuss? A small world can exist anywhere. It can be as big as a planet or as small as a speck of sand. Some martial warriors at the peak of the universe stage are able to instill a small world the size of a life planet within a speck of dust. It's nothing strange that this one is in a tree," Round Ball said with contempt. "A speck of dust." Wang Ting didn't mind Round Ball's sarcastic tone. Or rather, he didn't have the time to care about it. He was in awe when he heard what it said. A universe-equals-stage martial warrior could create a small world in a speck of dust. How frightening was that? This skill was mysterious and heaven-defying. No wonder the Parker's family didn't dare to offend a universe-stage martial warrior. A universe-stage martial warrior was indeed extremely powerful. They mustn't be underestimated. Some other people were also hearing this for the first time, so they were bewildered too. They found it hard to believe. Qi Tiancheng smiled proudly when he saw their expressions. "My ancestor ascended to heaven below this fire tongue tree. Before he left, he cultivated here for 10 days and 10 nights and finally managed to seal the small world into this fire tongue tree using his exceptional ability and skill. The Flaming River martial warrior is a person of exceptional talent. I wish he could overcome the barrier and enter a higher realm. The head sighed and shook his head. Qi Tianqing appeared saddened too. The death of a universe stage martial warrior was a great loss to their family. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult for a universe stage martial warrior to break through to the eternal stage. Despite investing all their resources and wealth, they were unable to help him to advance. Everyone, the Flaming River world is on the verge of collapsing. We need to strictly control the number of people entering this world, and their ability must not be greater than the cosmos stage. If not, the implications are unimaginable. Qi Tianqing gathered his composure and said. The head nodded. He looked at Wang Ting and Chao Hongtu. Are y'all ready? Sir, I'm ready, Chao Hongtu said in a low voice. No problems on my side either, Wang Ting replied. All right, go ahead. The head waved his hand and said to Qi Tianqing, Mr. Qi, please open the Flaming River world. Yes. Qi Tianqing answered and walked forward. A fiery red token appeared in his hand. He waved it in front of the tree. A red beam of light flew out from the token and slammed into the tree hole. Boom! Everyone heard a loud explosion within the tree hole. Then, a beam of glaring red light pierced out, along with heat waves. You will only have 15 days. If you don't come out by then, you might disappear along with the Flaming River world, Qi Tianqing said seriously. Thank you for your reminder. Chao Hongtu cupped his fist. Thank you. Wang Ting also did the same. There's no one else inside the Flaming River world. The star beasts seem to know that the world is about to disappear, so they're extremely restless and irascible. There might be a riot at any time, Qi Tianqing added. It looks like the difficulty has increased again. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile in his heart. I've said everything I should. This is the token. Follow the signs given by the token when returning, please. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of red light shot toward Wang Ting and Chao Hongtu. They took the token and studied it before putting it in their pocket. Then, they turned to look at the head of the chamber. With his nod, they walked out with their teams. There were 5 people on both sides. Besides Chao Jiaojiao and Chao Wu, the other 2 members were Cosmos Stage martial warriors too. One of them was wrapped in a black gown, so no one knew his identity. Wang Ting's team was simpler. He stood in front and the 4 people behind him were all covered with gray gowns. Nothing could be seen. Qi Tianqing wanted to laugh when he saw their attire. Chao Hongtu brought his team forward. At first, his aura was that of a heaven stage martial warrior, but with each step he took, his aura dwindled. It went from the 2nd level heaven stage to the 1st level heaven stage. Finally, it reached the 9th level cosmos stage and stayed there. By now, he had reached the tree hole and stepped in without any hesitation. With a flash of red light, he vanished. The other members of the team followed closely and disappeared in front of everyone. Wang Ting blinked. He led his team toward the tree hole without any hesitation. As Enlon walked toward the tree hole, his aura started to change too. It tumbled from the peak of the heaven stage to the 9th level cosmos stage. Wang Ting and his team held each other's hand and stepped into the tree hole. Was that the aura of a heaven stage martial warrior? They weren't surprised when Chao Hongtu revealed his heaven stage ability. After all, everyone knew about it. However, they were astounded by Enlon. That quiet man in a gray gown was also a heaven stage martial warrior. Gasp! This is getting interesting. Chao Hongtu would never expect Wang Ting to have a heaven stage martial warrior hiding behind him. How did he do it? How is a planetary stage martial warrior like him able to get the help of a heaven stage martial warrior? Everyone let out a long sigh as they recovered from their astonishment. They started discussing with strange expressions on their faces. Voltaire from the Parkers family pulled a long face. He stared at the tree hole coldly. He wished he could rush in, but it was too late. The entrance had disappeared. No one could enter now. Even if he wanted to, the head of the chamber wouldn't agree. Qi Tianqing was flabbergasted. He didn't think that there would be a heaven stage martial warrior on both sides. What was going on? Wasn't this a simple trial? Why were there heaven stage martial warriors participating? No matter how magical this flaming river world was, it has limited benefits for a heaven stage martial warrior. Why did they go in? Wait, could it be for the last legacy? Qi Tianqing's gaze turned sharp. However, he knew he shouldn't ask. This trial was a combined decision made by the universe stage martial warriors of the Empire. Even if their Qi family had some power, they couldn't stop it. They could only cooperate with them. Besides, the Qi family was declining. No universe stage martial warrior had appeared in this generation. If this continued, their future would be dire. Sigh, why didn't our ancestor leave the legacy for us directly? Our Qi family wouldn't be in this state if he did. Qi Tianqing shook his head and lamented in his heart. The world started spinning. A moment ago, they were still in the Qi residence. In the blink of an eye, they saw streams of lava merging to form rivers. Wang Ting and his team were in midair. Out of the blue, they fell into the lava. They didn't have much time to react. Plunk, plunk. Wang Ting's expression changed. He immediately covered his body with the emerald-glazed flame to isolate the high heat. Then, he dashed out of the lava stream. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 of them jumped out of the lava and landed on the bank. Anlan and Wang Ting were unscathed. However, steam could be seen rising from the bodies of the other 3 mechas. The gray gowns on them were burned, revealing their mecha bodies below. There were red patches on their skin like metals melting at high heat. Chapter 1007. My dear, don't run. 5 of them rushed out of the lava stream and stood at the banks. There were still waves of heat coming from all around them, and the ground was extremely hot. A planetary stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to even stand. Is everyone all right? Wang Ting asked as he looked at Anlan and the others. Fine. Anlan shook his head and then asked the other 3 Cosmos stage mechas, Anfeng, Anjian, and Dong. What about you guys? It's nothing. It's just a little hot. If we didn't react fast enough, we would be in trouble, a mecha race martial warrior answered. This lava stream is the real thing. Even our bodies wouldn't be able to bear it, another mecha race martial warrior said. Be careful. If you turn into a pool of molten iron, you'll have to spend money to reforge your bodies. It's troublesome, Anlan cautioned. Silence. Wang Ting had a strange feeling when he heard that. It didn't matter if a mecha's body was destroyed. You could just have it changed with money. This feels so good. He was a little envious. Understood, boss. Anfeng rubbed his mechanical head. Clang. Anlan angrily smacked Anfeng's head, making a loud noise. He then lambasted, Stop calling me boss. It makes us look like a band of bandits. Oh. Anfeng nodded hurriedly like he was his punching bag. The other mecha race martial warriors tucked in their heads like they were traumatized by Anlan. Wang Ting peeked at Anlan. He felt that the mechas really looked like bandits. Maybe they were. This reminded him of Jin Yuan and Haydock, who he met back on Earth. Both sides did things the same way and were as slippery as an eel. Unfortunately, they ran away when he was entering the remains left by Nangong Yu. Hey, there are attribute bubbles here, Wang Ting uttered softly. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Not far away, a few attribute bubbles emerged from the lava stream. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire. *20 Constellation Force, Fire. *30 Constellation Force, Fire. *5 There were a total of 55 points of the Constellation Fire Force. Although it wasn't much, Wang Ting was anticipating more. Does this flaming river world generate attribute bubbles from time to time? If so, he had struck gold. Where are we going now? Anlan looked around. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and switched on his wristwatch. A map appeared. It was given by someone before he left, and the person who gave this to him was Di Qi. He didn't know if Di Chi had entered the Flaming River world previously or obtained this information from others. Anyway, he helped Wang Ting a lot. Otherwise, he would be searching aimlessly in the Flaming River world and would waste more time. They only had 15 days. Go this way. Wang Ting pointed in a direction. Let's go to the lava swamp first. It shouldn't be too far. Yes. Anlan naturally followed Wang Ting's decisions. Let's go. The 5 of them set off after choosing the direction. They looked around and scouted the area as they flew. This was the only chance where they had the time to look at the peculiar environment of the Flaming River world. It was very different from the outside world. There were 3 huge fireballs hanging in the sky that looked like suns. The whole sky was illuminated with fiery red color. The ground was also covered with reddish-brown soil. Lava streams intersected each other and were spread all over the land, exuding bursts of steam. In such an environment, ordinary creatures and plants wouldn't be able to exist. However, there were still strange species that relied on the fire force to survive. They were the natives of this world. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Along the way, he realized that the surroundings were littered with red attribute bubbles. This was especially so near the lava streams, where there were even more bubbles. They appeared from the lava every now and then. He immediately sent forth his spiritual power and picked them up. Constellation Force, Fire. *10 Constellation Force, Fire. *8 Constellation Force, Fire. *15 Fire Force attribute bubbles gathered toward Wang Ting. Although they didn't have high value, there was a vast number of them. With so many of them, he obtained thousands of attributes in just a short while. The constellation Fire Force circulated in his body and merged inside his sea of nihility. Looks like this time, I can probably advance to the celestial realm. Wang Ting felt the change in his constellation Fire Force. After flying for half an hour, they gradually closed in onto the lava swamp. The lava streams started converging, looking like they were flowing out from the swamp. Likewise, there were many attribute bubbles. Wang Ting was overjoyed. Puss! Suddenly, a tongue of flame shot out from the lava stream and headed toward one of the mechas. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The flame was too fast. Before a mecha martial warrior could react, his leg was entangled. He then felt a huge force pulling him toward the lava stream below. However, they were still Cosmos Stage martial warriors after all. When faced with a sudden change, they didn't panic. The mecha's arms wriggled and turned into a sword. He then condensed his force, creating a sword glow. "You're looking for death!" The mecha roared and slashed at the tongue of flame. The sword glow struck the flame and cut it apart. Croak! A strange cry came from the lava stream below. Everyone only saw a black shadow flashing before it disappeared. They could no longer find a trace of it. "It's the fire black toads. Be careful!" Wang Ting and Anlan shouted simultaneously as they stared at the lava steam vigilantly. No one expected that they would encounter fire black toads here. Fire black toads were one of their missions. However, only the Flaming River had the most number of fire black toad. The lava streams would only have 1 or 2 occasionally. They were lucky to find one here. This fire black toad is a sly one. If you don't take it out with a single blow, it will just hide, Anlan said. Since we encountered one, we can't give it up so easily. A smile appeared on Wang Ting's face. No matter what, it was still better than nothing. No matter how cunning this fire black toad was, it couldn't have escaped from him. The lava hinders our spirit. If the fire black toad continues hiding, it will be difficult for us to find it. Anlan frowned. That might not be true. Wang Ting snickered. In an instant, emerald-glazed flames surged out from his body and rushed into the lava stream like chains of fire. Hiss! 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 They made a sizzling sound when they touched the lava, remaining unscathed. The emerald chains swam fast in the lava stream like flaming pythons. Wang Ting used his spiritual power and sensed the situation under the lava. Found it! After a while, his eyes lit up. He then controlled the chains to go toward a place in the lava stream. Croak! The strange sound came again, and it was even louder this time, like it was in a panic. Boom! With a loud bang, the lava exploded and splashed everywhere. A huge black shadow rushed out from the lava stream. It was a red toad with a back full of bump. The fire-black toad leaped out of the stream in a bid to escape in the other direction. However, several chains shot out and chased it. "You're still running." Wang Ting was calm. The emerald-glazed flame turned into a large net and covered every direction. Croak! The fire-black toad didn't expect to be ambushed and slammed its head into the net formed by the emerald-glazed flame. Croak! It struggled frantically, and the bumps on its back burst. Blobs of lava emerged and blew several small holes in the net formed by the emerald-glazed flame. It swung its claws and ripped the net apart, trying to grab the opportunity to escape. "My dear, don't run!" Wang Ting yelled, and a dark ice spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 1008. Why do I need this fire tongue? Nether Frost. This was the special ice he found on the netherworld giant python. It was able to curb fire element star beast. It was just the right item to deal with the fire black toad. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the long spear shot out. It turned into a beam of black light and hurled down at the fire-black toad. Sensing danger, the fire-black toad started struggling frantically in the big net. It managed to free half of its body, but it was too late. The long spear made from nether frost arrived above the fire-black toad in an instant. Then, it stabbed into its body. Splurt! A red flower blossomed, its beauty amplified by a cry of sorrow. Croak! The fire-black toad's huge body flew out under the impact of the long spear. There was a loud bang. It was pinned on the ground some distance away. However, it was still alive. It continued struggling, stomping the ground with its limbs in an attempt to pull out the long spear. Swoosh! A chill exuded out of the long spear and spread through the body of the fire-black toad. All its force and blood were frozen. At the same time, a layer of black ice appeared on its surface. The fire-black toad stopped struggling. Its body stiffened and it froze on the spot. No signs of life could be detected anymore. This ice, Unlan squinted. He was astounded when he saw nether frost. He landed in front of the fire-black toad and touched the ice. A chill entered deep into his bones, along with a layer of frost on his mecha body. "What a powerful frost!" another mecha martial warrior exclaimed. "Wang Ting, I didn't know that you're an ice element martial warrior too. This isn't normal frost, right?" Unlan looked at Wang Ting intently as he probed. "It's nothing special." Wang Ting waved his hand nonchalantly as he walked over and sized up the fire-black toad. Unlan had nothing to say. A normal person like him couldn't converse with this young man who loved to put on an act. "This fire-black toad is probably at the 5th level of the celestial stage." Unlan took a deep breath and said. Wang Ting nodded and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the fire-black toad. Constellation Force, Fire. * 3500 Fire Tongue * 1 blank attribute * 4500 Huh? What can I use this fire tongue for? Wang Ting gave a contemptuous look. This was a special technique, but he couldn't use his tongue as a weapon like the fire-black toad, right? It felt exciting just thinking about it. Cough, it felt disgusting. However, after picking it up, he realized that this wasn't the case. He could form a tongue using flames. It would be agile and great for sneak attacks. Besides this special skill, he also gained 3,500 points of Constellation Fire Force and 45,000 blank attribute. It was a sizable sum. Wang Ting kept the corpse of the fire-black toad in his space ring. He had finished 1/500 of the second mission. Let's go. Everyone continued their journey towards the lava swamp. Another 10 minutes passed quickly. The group finally reached their destination. A vast and boundless swamp appeared in front of them. This swamp was different from usual. It was made of lava and it was scorching. The lava was rumbling loudly. Bubbles formed on the surface and burst after some time. Steaming hot lava splashed everywhere. Wang Ting saw numerous attribute bubbles at one glance. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire. *30 Constellation Force, Fire. *25 Constellation Force, Fire. *35 Within a few seconds, Wang Ting collected more than 2,000 points of Constellation Fire Force. We're finally here. Anlan glanced around him in awe. I heard that this swarm is always expanding. I wonder if it's true. I think so. Look at the rocks around it. They're melting slowly. Wang Ting finished picking up the attribute bubbles and looked below him. He squatted down and tapped a piece of rock lightly. It broke immediately and fell into the lava. A mecha martial warrior placed his finger into the lava. When he took it out, his finger had melted. Ouch, it hurts. The mecha commented without any expressions on his face. Clang. Anlan slapped the martial warrior's head and scolded, "Don't be stupid. You shouldn't waste your energy like this." Yes. A blue glow appeared in the mecha martial warrior's eyes. His fingers started growing back like liquid. Is there something wrong with their brains? Wang Ting asked Anlan through voice transmission. Don't worry, ordering them around won't be a problem. Anlan smiled apologetically and patted his chest. I hope so. Wang Ting glanced at him helplessly. Then, he twirled his eyeballs and released the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White from the space fragment. After absorbing the constellation elixirs, they had gone into hibernation and woke up a few days ago. Both of them had advanced to the Emperor level. They possessed the same power as a planetary stage human martial warrior. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was at the 3rd level Emperor level while Little White was at the 5th level Emperor level. It had surpassed the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion felt frustrated because of this. At first, it was more powerful than Little White. Yet, it was lagging behind now. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion cursed Wang Ting for being biased numerous times. He must have given Little White a lot of good stuff. If not, how could Little White surpass it? However, Master, what do you need from me? The metal armor Flaming Scorpion crawled toward Wang Ting obediently when it realized that it was in a place filled with fire force. It tried to curry favor with Wang Ting. Caw, Little White still couldn't speak, so it cawed and landed in front of Wang Ting, rubbing its head on his palm. This is a small world known as the Flaming River World. This lava swamp is a dangerous place. There are flaming river crystals beneath it. I want you to go down and search for this crystal with me, Wang Ting replied. Go down. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion placed its scorpion tail in the lava and exclaimed, the constellation fire force inside is very thick. It's dangerous, but it'll be of great help to our cultivation. This is a good opportunity. Take the chance to upgrade yourselves, Wang Ting said earnestly. He didn't feel that he had found two hard laborers for himself. Don't worry, Master. Well, work hard, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion said firmly. Alright, you'll work together with Little White. Don't stay too far from me. If there's any danger, I might not be able to rush over in time, Wang Ting said. These are your spiritual pets? Anlan walked over and asked in surprise. That's right. Ask Feng, Dong, and Jian to team up with them. Wang Ting nodded and said after some contemplation. Okay. Anlan had no objections. He turned and spoke to the three other mecha martial warriors. After some time, he said to Wang Ting, the temperature below is very high. We won't be able to stay below for too long, and will need to return to the surface soon. This is a waste of time. Wang Ting pondered and took out 3 battle armors. He took these from the alien candidates in the past. They were all mass-produced items. They had no owners now, so anyone could wear them. Wear these battle armors, Wang Ting said. Anlan and the others were confused, but they still wore the battle armor. A plus point of these mass-produced battle armors was that they could change according to the size and height of the wearer. Thus, when they wore them, they fitted them perfectly. Wang Ting went forward and gathered nether frost on his palm. A layer of frost covered the armors. Anlan's eyes lit up. He finally understood Wang Ting's plan. How do you feel? Wang Ting asked. Ha ha ha, this is a good idea. The frost will have little effect on us because of the battle armor, Anlan smiled and replied. That's good. Wear this to enter the swamp and you can stay below for a longer time. When you feel uncomfortable, come to me and I'll cover you with frost again. Yes. Anlan nodded. Wang Ting organized his team and continued on their quest. Let's go. The instant he said this, everyone leaped into the lava swamp. Plunk, plunk, plunk. Lava splattered into the air, submerging Wang Ting and his team. They controlled their bodies as they went down. Chapter 1009. In and Out Lava Swamp. Only lava could be seen here. Steam rose into the air, and the lava bubbled happily. Even the air seemed to have turned distorted from the heat. There were no living creatures here. The place was barren and empty. This environment wasn't suitable for living either. Wang Ting wondered why the owner of this small world created it. Shouldn't he create a utopia with an abundance of lives and a comfortable environment? Mind you, the creator could enter this small world too. Many universe-stage martial warriors would build extravagant sculptures in their small world and plant all sorts of special flowers and fruit. They would then buy some beauties and put them in the small world to serve them. They had an amazing time inside. But the flaming river world wasn't a place to relax and enjoy. It was torture to be in this environment. Wang Ting didn't understand why the creator of the flaming river world made this small world for himself. It made no sense at all. Could it be that this creator wanted to lead an austere life? Wang Ting complained silently in his heart as he sank down the lava and opened a path so that they could travel within. What comforted him was that there were more attribute bubbles below the swamp compared to the surface. Bubbles were scattered all over the bottom, looking conspicuous in his eyes. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire. *50 Constellation Force, Fire. *40 Constellation Force, Fire. *60 As more and more Constellation Fire Force entered his pocket, a smile crept up Wang Ting's face uncontrollably. The environment in the swamp was special, so Wang Ting didn't put down his guard even though his team wasn't weak. He remained vigilant. His team members were wearing armors covered with nether frost, so they could temporarily resist the lava. However, they would still melt in the high temperature. They wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Fortunately, nether frost was special. Other normal frost or ice wouldn't be able to resist the high temperature in this place. As for Wang Ting, he was different. He covered his body with the emerald glazed flame, rendering the lava useless. He could travel freely in the swamp. Anlan looked at him with envy. This was how powerful a divine flame was. Wang Ting wasn't afraid of any normal fire. Split up but don't go too far, Wang Ting spoke to his team using voice transmission. Everyone separated according to the plan. The 5 martial warriors and the 2 spiritual pets split into 2 small groups. Wang Ting and Anlan were one group. Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and the other 3 mecha martial warriors formed another group. Wang Ting used the emerald glazed flame as a medium and hid his spiritual power in it. He then created many tentacles and stretched them into the lava. He checked his surroundings as he moved forward. Let's go this way. His eyes lit up suddenly because he sensed something. He changed direction and moved to his left. You found something? Anlan chased after him hurriedly and asked through voice transmission. I sense a thicker constellation fire force there. It might be the flaming river crystals, Wang Ting said. Anlan nodded, not probing further. He knew that Wang Ting was more sensitive in this environment, so he listened to him. He didn't feel any unwillingness. Wang Ting was a triple-field grandmaster with powerful spiritual power. Even as a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master, he didn't dare to say that he was more powerful than Wang Ting. Anlan was a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior and a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master. The combination of these two was extremely powerful. After some time, Wang Ting saw more attribute bubbles in front of him. His eyes shone brightly. "Looks like this lava swamp is my lucky ground," Wang Ting muttered in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, *80 Constellation Force, Fire, *50 Constellation Force, Fire, *100. These attribute bubbles have a higher value than the ones above. Looks like this is the right place. There must be flaming river crystals here. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks and signaled to Anlan. Then, he focused his gaze below. Found it. The fire force here is thicker. Wang Ting pointed below. Below the ground? Leave it to me. Anlan chuckled. He waved his hand and a beam of light shot out of his body. Boom! Penetrated right into the ground below. The rock layer at the bottom of the swamp was extremely special. It was able to withstand extremely high temperatures and was tougher and harder than normal rock. Yet the destructive power of the beam of light made short work of it. A cut was instantly made in the bottom layer. A dense red glow penetrated from the crack. Anlan had a strong grasp of his power. The instant he cut through the bottom layer and noticed the red glow, he stopped. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Wang Ting finally saw the real identity of the beam of light. This was a cone-shaped spiritual weapon. It was spinning madly under Anlan's control and penetrating the hard layer of rock bottom. This is 1,000 armaments vessel. Wang Ting was shocked. Ha ha ha, you're right. I didn't think you'd recognize it with one look. Anlan laughed. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual weapon started dismantling into various parts. It combined again to form the familiar black box Wang Ting knew. Good riddance, I knew that the 1,000 armaments vessel had many combinations when I made it. Indeed, after seeing this form, this is an amazing weapon, Wang Ting exclaimed. The blueprint Anlan gave him didn't consist of all the combinations. This might be the trump card Anlan kept for himself. The blacksmith might know the theory of how to make the 1,000 armaments vessel, but without the combinations, its power would be heavily discounted. Wang Ting knew that some made-to-order spiritual weapons were exclusive. There was no counterfeit. It wasn't like those mass-produced weapons. They were of a certain grade, but they weren't unique. They couldn't be compared to these special weapons. This 1,000 armaments vessel was a spiritual weapon designed by the mecha race. Besides them, Wang Ting was probably the only one who touched it. Anlan knew what Wang Ting was thinking. Since he took it out here, he didn't plan to hide it from him. He pointed at the bottom of the swamp. Let's take a look. Wang Ting nodded, sinking further down. He arrived at the spot where the red light came from. A patch of fiery red crystals could be seen below the rock layer. The scene was dazzling to the eye. These are the flaming river crystals. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It sounded a little excited. You're so lucky. You found them so quickly. Haha, I have the emerald glazed flame, so places filled with fire elements are a piece of cake for me. Wang Ting chuckled. He was in a good mood. Let's start digging. He called Anlan over and the duo started digging. Be careful, don't damage them too much or the fire energy inside will be destroyed, Round Ball reminded him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting acted carefully. He was a divine spirit master, so he could use his spiritual power to control his weapons. There wouldn't be too much deviation. Anlan didn't need any warning either. He was a Cosmos Stage divine spirit master. He was more powerful than Wang Ting, a Celestial Stage Divine Spirit Master. His level of control was higher than Wang Ting's. The flaming river crystals here weren't all gathered in one location. They were scattered around, increasing the difficulty of their excavation. However, with their cooperation, they progressed rather quickly. They managed to dig out a few thousand kilograms of flaming river crystals in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting kept them. These flaming river crystals are indeed special. I can tell that they're beneficial to fire element martial warriors and star beasts. Wang Ting smiled and said, "You're a fire element martial warrior. If you use them to cultivate, you'll be able to rise to the celestial stage very soon." Anlan looked at him and said. Wang Ting smiled. He would be able to advance to the celestial stage without the flaming river crystals. There were many attribute bubbles in the flaming river world. Not only could he advance to the celestial stage, but he would also be able to raise his ability greatly. Anlan didn't know what he was thinking. He thought that Wang Ting was extremely confident in himself and disdained using the flaming river crystals. Relying on oneself for a breakthrough was better than relying on external forces. Based on their senses, there were at least a few more kilograms of flaming river crystals deep below. They were deeper, so the digging process was harder. Just when Wang Ting was about to dig up the rest of the flaming river crystals so that they could move to the next location, a beam of red light shot out from the hole among the rocks and attempted to bite Wang Ting's wrist. "Be careful," Anlan reminded him in a low voice. Wang Ting reacted swiftly. He formed a layer of nether frost on his finger and pointed at the beam of red light. An astonishing scene appeared. The beam of red light was as fast as lightning. It shrank back instantly and disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting's finger froze in midair. He didn't know what to do. What was he supposed to point at when he didn't have a target? He exchanged glances with Anlan and felt speechless. "Did you see what that was?" I didn't," Anlan said helplessly. Swoosh. At that moment, the beam of red light appeared again. It seemed to know that Wang Ting was hard to deal with, so it dashed towards Anlan. Anlan blinked. He raised his hand and force gathered on it. He prepared to give it a heavy blow. The beam of red light didn't think that Anlan's reaction would be so fast as well. It shrank back again. It seemed extremely timid. Anlan's finger paused in midair. The corners of his lips twitched. The two martial warriors stared at one another. They could tell that this beam of red light was powerful, but it was amazingly fast. It was a little timid too. It came out and shrank back. Was it playing with them? "I think I saw it this time. I think it's a red earthworm," Wang Ting said uncertainly. "Earthworm?" Anlan frowned. "Maybe it's a flaming crystal red phosphorus worm," Round Ball said. "Flaming crystal red phosphorus worm?" Wang Ting quickly asked in his mind. "Do you know what it is?" Chapter 10:10, Making Everyone Crave for It. This is a mutated beast that lives on flaming river crystals. It's originally called the red phosphorus worm. After they were released here by the Flaming River World's owner, they started feeding on flaming river crystals and mutated. Round Ball thought for a moment and started explaining. This flaming crystal red phosphorus worm has great nutritional value because of all the flaming river crystals that it devours all year round. It's delicious when you fry it till it's golden brown. "Are you craving it?" Wang Ting asked softly. Round Ball. To hell with craving. What was going on with his mind? Round Ball took a deep breath and said, "The important thing is that flaming crystal red phosphorus worms fear death. They do not allow others to steal flaming river crystals as the crystals are the food they rely on for survival. However, they do not dare to face enemies either, which is why they use a harassment tactic to get their enemies to retreat. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm is rather strange." Wang Ting was speechless. Although it's disgusting, it is still a good tactic. Every creature has its own survival instincts. If the flaming crystal red phosphorus worms weren't this elusive, they would have been wiped out long ago, Round Ball said. Wang Ting passed down Round Ball's words, shocking Enlon. Although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a strange beast before. The two looked down and saw the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm darting in and out of the hole. Every time its head appeared, it would quickly retract again, as if it would attack them at any time. However, it annoyed Wang Ting and Enlon with its behavior. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm is only at the planetary stage. It is not that difficult to deal with, Enlon said. Leave it to me. Wang Ting shook his head. Not wishing to waste time here, he turned his emerald-glazed flame into a fire tongue and sent it downward. The skill that he just acquired was not expected to be used so soon. Destiny likes to fool people. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm sensed something amiss and immediately dug underground. The fire tongue was in hot pursuit and rushed into the hole. Shrill! A panicked cry resounded from the hole. The fire tongue began to shake violently as if something was struggling fiercely. The fire tongue was known for being quick and nimble, and it wasn't less elusive compared to the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm. Soon, the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was wrapped by the fire tongue and brought out of the hole. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was struggling frantically. It was only a meter long, which was considered relatively small as compared to other star beasts. Its attack power wasn't that great. Its body glowed with a red light repeatedly as it tried to break free from the fire tongue. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was all for nothing. The ordinary flame that it was using could never be compared with the emerald-glazed flame. You still want to run? Wang Ting pointed at the worm's body. Nether frost spread around and froze it. Nether frost was undoubtedly the most effective way to deal with fire element star beasts. He finally had the opportunity to study the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm. The 1-meter-long body was crimson red and somewhat transparent, like it was made of flaming crystals. There were 2 small eyes on its head, which looked a bit silly and not so disgusting. After the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was frozen, it lost its vitality and a few attribute bubbles drop. Constellation Force, Fire, *600 Origin of Flame *2 blank Attribute *1200 Origin of Flame. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed as if he had seen something unbelievable. The origin of flame was a power of origin that only a universe-stage martial warrior could possess, yet it came out from this small worm. This didn't make sense. A universe-stage martial warrior could cultivate the power of origin and use it as the foundation of a small world. The small world would then undergo an evolution. The flaming river crystals were formed by the origin of flame, showing how extraordinary they were. The trace of origin of flame merged into Wang Ting's body and circulated around his limbs and bones. It gradually merged into the fire constellation in his mind and fell silent. Huff! Wang Ting let out a deep breath and his gaze flickered. He obtained a power of origin that could only be cultivated by universe-stage martial warriors, just like that. Although it was only a trace amount, it was still a power of origin and shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Ting then kept the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm in his space ring and said to Enlon, "Continue digging." Enlon nodded and worked together with Wang Ting. He didn't forget to ask a question. Why does your skill look a bit like the tongue of a fire-black toad? Does it? I think you saw it wrong. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He responded without a change in his expression. Is that so? Enlon didn't dwell on it and concentrated on mining the flaming river crystals. 10 minutes later, all the flaming river crystals in the area were dug out, which added up to about 2,000 kilograms. It was quite a harvest. Wang Ting sensed his surroundings again and called Enlon to leave after he had confirmed that there were no more flaming river crystals. Let's go. Afterward, they found a few scattered pieces of flaming river crystals. The quantity paled in comparison to their first haul though, adding up to less than 1,000 kilograms. Nether frost covering Enlon's battle armor was mostly melted. Wang Ting quickly added another layer for him. Little White's team also returned to Wang Ting, and he replenished nether frost for the other mechas as well. Master, we managed to find more than 4,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals. The metal armor flaming scorpion ran over and asked for credit. Oh! Wang Ting was a little surprised. You found more than 4,000 kilograms? Yes, it's all in the space ring. The metal armor flaming scorpion spat out a space ring. The space ring was normally placed in its mouth. Wang Ting rolled his eyes in disgust. He wouldn't hold it with his hands and brought it over using spiritual power. Looking inside, he saw a small pile of flaming river crystals. Good job! Wang Ting was satisfied and patted the metal armor flaming scorpion's armored shell. After advancing to the Emperor level, its body became larger, and the outer shell was extremely hard. It made a dull sound when he patted it. Little White wasn't satisfied and cawed at the side. Although Little White was a bird star beast, it had the fire element as well, and its ghost fire became stronger when it absorbed the emerald glazed flame. It allowed it to fly freely and go under the lava swamp. Ha! That's right. It's also your hard work. Wang Ting sensed the satisfaction that Little White conveyed through the spiritual pet contract and laughed while patting its head. Wang Ting, your spiritual pets are good. They found more crystals than us. Anlan was surprised. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion raised their heads like peacock. They knew that the chunk of mechanical parts in front of them was extremely powerful and were overjoyed to be praised by him. Anlan didn't know that he was just a powerful mechanical hunk in their eyes. Otherwise, he would probably die of anger. A heaven stage martial warrior was regarded as a chunk of mechanical part. He couldn't bear this. They are fire element star beasts and have mutated. They are very sensitive to the fire element. It's not surprising that they can find so many flaming river crystals. Wang Ting smiled. Mutant star beasts are rare, and you have 2 of them. You're lucky. Anlan shook his head in envy. Calm down. You'll get used to it after envying me a few more times, Wang Ting said calmly. Anlan, I don't want to get used to it. We have less than 10,000 kilograms, which is far from the required number. We have to work harder. Keep going, everyone. Wang Ting waved his hand and said. Everyone stopped chatting and scattered to find more again. Time passed slowly. After an hour, Wang Ting and the others found 8,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals. He also encountered a few flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. He caught them all and tossed them in his space ring. Wang Ting planned to fry them and see if he could really make everyone crave this delicacy. He was a grandmaster chef. It was a normal thing for him to try all kinds of strange food. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion also captured flaming crystal red phosphorus worms under Wang Ting's instructions. The 2 of them were very good at hunting and had already caught several of them without his guidance. But what really made Wang Ting happy was that he could obtain origin of flame attribute bubbles from the worms, which increased his attributes by a lot. Chapter 10-11. You're the one who has a death wish. There are no more flaming river crystals in this area. Wang Ting and Anlan met up with the rest of the team and discussed for a moment. They prepared to move to the next location. They had searched all the areas around them. It was impossible to find any more flaming river crystals nearby. They returned to the surface. Wang Ting opened the map and searched for their next destination. There were many red zones marked on the map. These were the places other people had dug before. The lava swamp was huge, but after many years, most of the crystals had been excavated. They needed to find areas that hadn't been touched. Let's head to the north. That area is bigger. Wang Ting pointed to a patch of ground in the north and suggested. I have no objection, Anlan shrugged. Let's go. Wang Ting found where the north was and kept the map. Everyone flew in the direction under his lead. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Ting arrived at his destination and dived into the lava. After a few plunks, the surface of the lava resumed its calmness. It was as if nothing had happened. Approximately 10 minutes later, two beams of light shot over from afar and stopped in the air above their head. One of them was Chow Jiao from the Chow family. The other person was covered in a black robe. Here it is. There should be flaming river crystals here. Chow Jiao looked at the map and said. Yes. The man in the black robe nodded. The next moment, the two of them leaped into the lava without any protection. A magical scene appeared. After they entered the swamp, a layer of light appeared on the surface of their bodies. The lava around them was blocked outside the layer. Their bodies started sinking, and they quickly arrived at the bottom of the swamp. The two of them sensed their surroundings and left quickly. They traveled in the swamp without hindrance as if they were on land. After some time, they stopped again. The lava around them was pushed away, and a deep hole appeared in front of them. It was a new hole that was dug recently. The two of them turned silent. They came recently. Chow Jiao gritted her teeth and said using voice transmission. Chase them. The man's gaze turned sharp. He rushed forward at a fast speed. Chow Jiao's gaze flickered. She didn't dare to stay any longer and followed after him. Wang Ting, we must have collected 7,500 kilograms of flaming river crystals here, right? Anlan asked happily as he dashed out of a deep hole with Wang Ting. About there. It might be a little more. A smile appeared on the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He seemed happy. Suddenly, his expression changed. His gaze turned grim. What is it? Anlan asked hurriedly. The instant he asked the question, his expression changed too. He received a message through some unknown method. They got ambushed. Wang Ting received the news through his spiritual pet contract with Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. He rushed in their direction without any hesitation. Damn it, they met a Heaven Stage martial warrior. It must be Chow Hongtu. The news that Anlan received was even clearer. The mecha race had a special communication method. They were able to interact with one another within a certain distance. This was how the other three mechas contacted him just now. Don't worry, Chow Hongtu won't be able to release his Heaven Stage ability here. My friends can resist for some time. Anlan consoled Wang Ting when he noticed how quiet he was. However, they increased their speed and tried their best to rush to the location. Boom! A loud explosion came from the bottom of the lava swamp. Lava splattered everywhere. Unfeng and the three Cosmos Stage mechas were fighting with a man in a black gown. They were the ones who caused the terrifying force explosion. The man in a black gown released his fist. A blue flame gathered and flew toward the three mechas. Boom, boom, boom. The trio stood at three corners. Their arms turned into battle blades, and they released blade auras more than 10 meters long. They condensed their blade conscious into the blade glows, so the blade glows weren't very long. Instead, they appeared a little tiny. However, their power wasn't. They gathered together from 3 different directions and slammed on the blue fist mark, disintegrating the attacks of both parties. Bang! The lava got pushed away amid the loud explosion. An empty zone was left behind. Interesting. Wang Ting managed to find 3 mecha Cosmos Stage martial warriors. The man in a black gown said in a hoarse voice, I heard that mechas are great as slaves. I think I can capture y'all back. The 3 Cosmos Stage mechas were furious. How dare you? Andong shouted coldly. His arm turned into a heavy mace. It gave off a dazzling yellow glow and smashed toward the man in a black gown. The yellow glow formed an outline of a huge mace. Useless! The man in a black gown snorted and hurled his punch out again. It collided with the mace and destroyed it instantly. Boom! Andong was the first to bear the brunt of the frightening force impact. He was thrown off his feet. The other 2 mechas elongated their arms, giving rise to a series of mechanical sounds. Their palms and arms connected together. They dashed out for more than 10 meters and caught Andong, pulling him back. Don't act rashly. Wait for the boss to come back. Unfeng and Jian said in low voices. Waiting for reinforcements? You're too naive. The man in a black gown moved instantly and charged toward the three martial warriors. The three mechas furrowed their brows. They exchanged glances with one another and nodded. Their arms changed shape again and turned into huge cannons. Intense force glows gathered on the mouth of the cannons quickly. The man in a black gown felt a sense of danger. He stopped and started retreating. Boom, boom, boom. However, the three mechas had already completed their power-up. 3 brilliant force pillars shot out. Humph! With a snort, a giant axe appeared in the man in black's hand. As he twirled it, blue flames started burning violently. They formed the shape of an enormous giant axe. Boom! When he slashed his axe down, the axe aura collided with the 3 force glows. Bang, bang, bang! Explosions were heard continuously. The lava around them erupted and blossomed like flowers of fire. The 3 force glows couldn't withstand the blue batleek. They got chopped, but the blue batleeks continued hurling forward forcefully and slammed into the bodies of the 3 mechas. Their bodies were torn apart. They were almost hacked into 2. This is so scary. Let's run. The metal armor flaming scorpion called Little White over. It was flabbergasted. You can't run away. Chao Jiao blocked their path and pushed her fist out. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were just Emperor-level star beasts. They couldn't resist the attack of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. They were thrown into the air and slammed into the rocks at the bottom. Painful screams escaped their mouth. They had suffered heavy injuries. Chao Jiao wanted to catch them alive, so she didn't release all her power. Thus, Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion weren't in any life-threatening danger. I'll give you one chance. Give us the flaming river crystals and bow down to us, if not. The man in a black gown was extremely arrogant. He continued nonchalantly, I'll turn you into scrap. The 3 mechas were healing their bodies while their gazes flickered continuously. They couldn't hide their anger. Don't even think about it. And Feng replied coldly with a furious glare. It looks like you have a death. The man in black stared at them sharply. Before he could finish his sentence, a shout echoed over from afar. You're the one who has a death wish. Chapter 10-12. You're a beautiful woman, but you're so vicious _boom. A loud roar followed. A stream of light bolted over at an extreme speed, slicing through the thick lava and producing a harsh sonic boom. It didn't just stop there. The surrounding lava even rolled up as if there was a force stirring it. The scene was terrifying. The expression of the man in the black gown changed. Without thinking, he swung his batleeks and slashed with a monstrous blue flame. Boom! The two clashed violently and gave off a loud explosion. Force exploded and surged towards the surroundings, sweeping the nearby lava away. The man in the black gown retreated a dozen meters away in the aftermath, before he could stop himself. However, the hand which held the axe was trembling a little. Wang Ting and Enlon had arrived. The transformed Thousand Armaments vessel was suspended in front of Enlon, waiting for an opportunity to fire. Heaven's stage. You're not Chao Hongtu. Enlon stared coldly at the man in the black gown. Humph! The man in the black robe snorted and didn't respond immediately. He looked at Wang Ting and said, I didn't expect you to find a heaven stage martial warrior. We have underestimated you. Sinclamen! Wang Ting scoffed. Oh! The man in the black gown was surprised. He took off his hood and revealed his iconic bald head. How did you know? Your flames have exposed your identity. Wang Ting sneered. All of you really think highly of me. 2 heaven stage martial warriors? Shameless. Oh, you're wrong. Chao Hongtu is enough to deal with you. I'm not here for you, but, Sinclamen chuckled softly. He didn't conceal his disdain and revealed the greed in his eyes as he stared at the green flame on Wang Ting's body. But now, the other things are not important anymore. It's unbelievable for a planetary stage martial warrior like you to possess a divine flame. This is fate. Fate of the heavens. Now it's mine. Delusional, Wang Ting said. What did you say? Sinclamen's face stiffened, and he couldn't control the rage in his heart. Even if the divine flame is in front of you, you wouldn't be able to subdue it. You are dreaming, Wang Ting said disdainfully. Sinclamen's face was gloomy and cold. He had to admit that Wang Ting was right. Even if the divine flame was right in front of his eyes, he might not be able to lay his hands on it. He was helpless. He felt a little jealous when he thought about this. Why couldn't he subdue a divine flame when a planetary stage martial warrior like Wang Ting could? Humph. You don't have to worry about this. Wait till I obtain a divine flame. There will be ways to subdue it. Sinclamen scoffed. Humorous. Wang Ting mocked him as he turned and said to Enlon, I'll leave him to you. No problem. He hurt my men and wanted them to be his slaves. I'll see what he's capable of. If I don't kill him, I'm not Enlon. Enlon was enraged as he glared at Sinclamen with killing intent. The weapons transformed from the 1,000 armaments vessel circled around him and were ready to strike anytime. I haven't killed a mecha heaven stage martial warrior before. I shall try it today. Sinclamen grinned. Enlan's eyes narrowed. There wasn't any movement, but the 1,000 armaments vessel had already vanished. He wasn't idle either as he dashed out and attacked with a sword in his hand. Sinclamen moved his axe with a solemn expression. The blue flame in his body erupted and enveloped the axe as he condensed them into a powerful attack. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides clashed and kept rising in the sky. Soon after, they rushed out of the swamp and fought in the sky. Chao Jiaojiao, keep an eye on Wang Ting. Don't let him escape. At the same time, Sinclamen's voice resounded from above. Chao Jiaojiao looked at Wang Ting in the distance, and a charming smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect to meet again in a situation like this. I have to thank you. Because of you, I have to marry that bastard Andres. Congratulations! Wang Ting was emotionless as he looked at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. He then heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that their lives weren't in danger. His cold gaze landed on Chao Jiaojiao. Chao Jiaojiao's face darkened, her smile gradually disappearing. You shouldn't have offended us, let alone the Parker's family. You have no way to survive now. She didn't do anything and just looked at Wang Ting calmly, like she was looking at a dead person. It's too early for you to be happy. Do you think Sinclamen can fight against Enlon? Wang Ting sneered. Enlon was not only a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master, but he was also a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior. Could someone of his abilities not be able to defeat Sinclamen? Chao Jiaojiao's expression changed slightly. She didn't know where Wang Ting's confidence came from. The Parkers were generally powerful in combat and possessed special flames. Ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to defeat them. That mecha martial warrior was stronger than Sinclamen? How was this possible? However, Chao Jiaojiao wasn't intending to watch anymore and sneered. You should worry about yourself. I couldn't do anything to you in Great Qian City, but here, a planetary stage martial warrior like you wouldn't have the opportunity to jump around in front of me. Hand over the flaming river crystals, and I might leave you an intact corpse. You are a beautiful woman, but you're so vicious. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. You have a sharp tongue. Chao Jiaojiao's face blackened as she pulled out a sword from behind and disappeared from her spot. Boom. The next moment, she appeared in front of Wang Ting. Golden force burst out as she slashed her sword downward. Chao Jiaojiao was a metal element martial warrior. Although she was a woman, her attacks were ruthless. Her swordsmanship was excellent as well. She couldn't be compared with an ordinary martial warrior. Wang Ting was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to confront her head-on. A battle armor appeared on his body, and wrapped him in an instant. The wings of wind and lightning unfolded, and with a gentle flap, a thunderous roar reverberated. He retreated for dozens of meters. Chow Jiao Jiao frowned. She didn't expect Wang Ting to have such a burst of speed. Her attack had missed. Those wings. In an instant she saw Wang Ting's reliance on those wings. You're too naive to think that you can fight with Cosmos Stage martial warriors by relying on a pair of wings. Chow Jiaojiao's speed rose drastically. She wasn't much slower than Wang Ting and caught up. Wang Ting wanted to get away from her and rushed out of the swamp and into the sky. At the same time, the golden crescent blade flew downwards with a point of his finger. It slashed downward as the sound of metal echoed. Chapter 10:13. A Real Combat. This doesn't sound right. The instant Chow Jiaojiao dashed out of the swamp, she came face to face with the golden crescent blade. Under the control of Wang Ting's celestial realm spiritual power, the golden crescent blade was trembling and spinning at high speed. This power was enough to threaten a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Chow Jiaojiao's expression changed. She flung her blade out without any hesitation. Clang! Along with a crisp sound, force vibrated and Chow Jiaojiao was thrown back. She landed in the swamp again. Ah! Chow Jiaojiao was furious. She flew out from another part of the swamp and glanced at her long blade. There was a hole in it. My blade! This was a Cosmos-level weapon. Chow Jiaojiao had saved money for a long time before she managed to forge this blade. Yet, Wang Ting made a hole in it. Your weapon isn't good enough. It got damaged after a light touch, Wang Ting said indifferently. Chow Jiaojiao was raging in her heart. She felt exasperated. When she saw Wang Ting's expression, she almost vomited a mouthful of blood. She took so much effort to find someone to forge this Cosmos-level weapon, but a planetary stage brat told her that it wasn't good enough. This wasn't right. This wasn't right at all. Don't look at me like that. You should blame the Chow family for being too poor. You can't even afford a good weapon. Wang Ting shook his head as if he felt pity for Chow Jiaojiao. However, to Chow Jiaojiao, it was a stab in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to force herself to calm down. Then, she scanned her surroundings and searched for the weapon he used to attack her. Chow Jiaojiao could tell that Wang Ting was a divine spirit master. Moreover, his stage was higher than his martial arts cultivation. No wonder he was confident. What attacked her was a powerful spiritual weapon. Don't be nervous. I'll never sneak attack a beautiful lady, Wang Ting said nonchalantly from a distance. As if I'll believe you? Chow Jiaojiao scoffed in her heart. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have been hit. The attack of a divine spirit master was indeed hard to prevent. Wang Ting suddenly widened his eyes and looked behind Chow Jiaojiao. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Stop acting. Do you think I'll fall for that? Chow Jiaojiao sneered. However, she didn't let down her guard. She used her spirit to scan the area behind her and failed to detect any danger. Sigh, I thought my acting skill is at the Oscar level, Wang Ting replied sadly. Chow Jiaojiao couldn't catch up with his train of thoughts. She felt that he was the most tiring opponent to fight with. Why don't we do it again? You can cooperate with me, Wang Ting said. All right. Chow Jiaojiao blinked, and a seductive smile appeared on her pretty face. She nodded and agreed unexpectedly. Great. Let's start. Wang Ting was elated. His expression changed abruptly as he widened his eyes and stared behind Chow Jiaojiao in surprise. His expression was extremely real, portraying his astonishment. He would definitely win an award at an Oscar. This could be used as a textbook example in a lesson. Humph! Chow Jiaojiao snorted. She turned and swung her blade down. Bang! A flaming aura was destroyed. It didn't harm her. I knew you were going to do something. Do you think I'm stupid? Chow Jiaojiao stared at Wang Ting in disdain. She looked down on his little trick. Right then, her expression changed. Swoosh! A piercing sound came from her left. A black figure appeared out of the blue 3 meters away from her. The distance was too close, so Chao Jiaojiao had no chance of dodging it. Even if she made a move, it was too late. However, as someone who was stationed on the battlefield all year long, she had ample experience. She managed to change the direction of her body forcefully. Puss! The golden crescent blade flew inches away from her body. Despite barely dodging, the golden crescent blade still managed to cut her skin. It was at the spot below her armpit. Her armor was torn apart and fresh blood spurted out. Her fair skin could be seen faintly. Chao Jiaojiao's heart pounded. Her face was a little pale. She couldn't suppress her fear after facing death at such a close distance. Wang Ting. She gritted her teeth as she called his name. She almost got cut into two. You managed to evade it. Wang Ting shook his head in pity. You're despicable. Chao Jiaojiao was fuming with anger. Don't say that. You're the one who promised to cooperate with me, Wang Ting replied innocently. Chao Jiaojiao felt like vomiting blood. She had never hated someone so much. He was just a planetary stage martial warrior, but she hated him to the core. Indeed, you're not stupid. However, you made a mistake because you think you're smart. Wang Ting sniggered. What's the point of playing such petty tricks? As a man, you should have real combat with me. Chao Jiaojiao tried to stimulate him. A real combat? That doesn't sound right. Wang Ting said shyly. Although you're pretty, we're not that close. Also, you're marrying Andres soon. You shouldn't do something that will disappoint him. Or do you like exciting things? #% and %. Chao Jiaojiao almost flared up. She was about to explode. I didn't mean it that way. What dirty things was this bastard thinking? She kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Suddenly, she realized that Wang Ting was staring intently at her wound. Wow, big and round! Wang Ting exclaimed without shifting his gaze. Chao Jiaojiao was stunned. Then, anger and embarrassment appeared on her face as she used her hand to block that area quickly. The cut in her armor was a little wide, revealing a part of her body. In her rage, she didn't notice it and allowed Wang Ting to take advantage of her for some time. Don't block it. Beautiful things should be shared with everyone, Wang Ting said. I'll dig your eyes out. Chao Jiaojiao's face turned cold. She stared at Wang Ting sharply with strong killing intent. The cut in her armor closed up gradually and blocked her bare skin. Nothing could be seen anymore. Wang Ting retracted his gaze sadly and stared at Chao Jiaojiao. You don't have a chance. Cyclamen is going to lose soon. What? Chao Jiaojiao turned her head abruptly and saw Cyclamen getting pushed back by the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior. He seemed to be at a disadvantage. That's impossible. Cyclamen hasn't exerted all his strength. How can he lose? Before she could finish her sentence, Cyclamen suddenly turned and escaped at an astonishing speed. Chao Jiaojiao! No one would understand Chao Jiaojiao's emotions now. She cursed multiple times in her mind. She thought that this was a sure win, but things took a huge turn. She was flabbergasted by the change. Cyclamen ran away. He ran away without any hesitation. Didn't he want the divine flame? Didn't he want to capture the mechas to be his slaves? Why did he escape with his tail between his legs? Chao Jiaojiao didn't understand. She was filled with doubts. What was she supposed to do now? Chapter 10:14. Stop. Stop now. Naturally, Anlan wouldn't allow Cyclamen to run away so easily. He gave chase hurriedly. Wang Ting never imagined Cyclamen to be so timid. He ran away immediately without any hesitation. Even Wang Ting was shocked. He smiled and said, "Looks like he's just putting on an act. The Parker's family is arrogant just because they're one of the elite families." Chao Jiaojiao couldn't refute. Cyclamen's actions overturned her impression of the Parkers. The oppressive and arrogant Parker's family was afraid of death too. She wanted to retreat too. Cyclamen had already escaped. If the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior came back, she would have no chance of keeping her life. Do you want to run away? Wang Ting asked suddenly, noticing her intention. So what? You can't stop me. Chao Jiaojiao's gaze flickered. She stopped talking to Wang Ting and dashed in another direction. Unfortunately, before she could run any further, 3 figures flew out from the swamp and blocked her path. They were the 3 Mecha Cosmos Stage martial warriors. As mechas, their bodies could be repaired quickly. They had suffered serious injuries a moment ago, but most of them had recovered. Chao Jiaojiao's expression finally changed. She changed her direction and increased her speed to the maximum in a bid to escape. Swoosh! Wang Ting controlled his golden crescent blade and made it vanish in midair. It appeared in another direction and forced Chao Jiaojiao back. Chao Jiaojiao wielded her blade to deflect the incoming strike. However, Wang Ting was controlling it with his spiritual power. The instant she knocked it back, it rebounded and continued sticking to her like a leech. The 3 Cosmos Stage mechas had caught up with them. They surrounded Chao Jiaojiao from 3 sides. They were still furious because they got heavily injured by Cyclamen. They didn't show any mercy to Chao Jiaojiao. The mecha race were all straightforward men. They showed no pity towards ladies. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded continuously. Chao Jiaojiao wasn't the match of 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Besides, Wang Ting, the Divine Spirit Master, was standing beside them and disturbing her tempo. Boom. After some time, Chao Jiaojiao got thrown back by the 3 mechas. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth. She started to look a little lifeless. Wang Ting took the chance and released his emerald-glazed flame in the form of a fire tongue. He tied Chao Jiaojiao up tightly. Chao Jiaojiao struggled frantically with a pale face. However, the fire tongue was made from emerald-glazed flame. It was a special attribute dropped by the fire-black toads and was extremely sturdy and flexible. At her peak, Chao Jiaojiao might be able to break free from the grip. With her injuries, she didn't have the energy to do so now. A tinge of helplessness appeared on her face. This wasn't the result she expected. Chao Jiaojiao, you never expected this, right? Wang Ting walked over and sized her up with a smirk. The grip was a little tight, so Chao Jiaojiao's figure could be seen clearly. Her curves were apparent. Chao Jiaojiao was embarrassed and furious. She glared at Wang Ting. Anlan came back at this moment, but there was no sign of Cyclamen. You didn't catch him? Wang Ting asked with a frown. He ran away. That fellow has many methods of escaping, Anlan said helplessly. He seemed to be in a bad mood. He's from a powerful family. It's normal that he has ways to protect himself. What a pity. This was a good chance. Wang Ting shook his head. Humph, none of you will be able to run away once he meets up with my father. Chao Jiaojiao snorted. I haven't done anything to you, but you're still shouting, Wang Ting said coldly with a dangerous glare. It's all right. At least we caught one. She's Chao Hongta's daughter to boot, Anlan said. We won't kill her for now. Let's see if Chao Hongtu still wants his daughter later, Wang Ting said. But she hurt my spiritual pets. I have to take revenge for that. What do you want? Chao Jiaojiao's expression turned grim. What do you think? Wang Ting sniggered. He formed another fire tongue and threw it at Chao Jiaojiao's face. Clap, clap. The fire tongue worked the same way as the fire-black toad's tongue and slapped Chao Jiaojiao's face. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. The most important thing was, this fire tongue contained the heat of the emerald-glazed flame. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior couldn't withstand it. Red marks were left on her face after the slaps. Her beautiful face became red in an instant. Ah! Chao Jiaojiao screamed. Wang Ting, stop. Stop now. To a lady, nothing was more important than her face. Chow Jiao Jiao knew that her face must be injured and bruised now. This was the greatest torture for her. You were so arrogant in the past. You injured my spiritual pets and wanted to kill me. I'm kind compared to you, Wang Ting said calmly. Clap, clap. The fire tongue slapped again mercilessly. It was ruthless. Ah! Chow Jiao Jiao screamed. TSK, how can you bear to hit her? Shouldn't humans like you feel protective towards a lady? Chow Jiao Jiao is a beauty, right? You don't seem to care though. Anlan was dumbstruck. You don't understand. Ladies need to be taught properly, Wang Ting replied. Wang Ting, I'll never forgive you. Chow Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth as she glared at Wang Ting with burning eyes. Looks like this is still not enough. Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered for some time. He asked in his mind, Round Ball, can you take off her armor? Yes. What do you want to do? Round Ball's expression turned weird. It felt that Wang Ting was planning to do something bad. Stop wasting time. If you can, take it off. I don't believe I can't take care of this lady, Wang Ting snapped back. All right. Give me 30 seconds. Round Ball disappeared. 30 seconds passed quickly. Chow Jiao Jiao immediately noticed something wrong. She gasped in shock. What did you do to my armor? Don't worry, I'm just helping you take it off. Wang Ting squatted down and smiled. Bastard, what do you want to do? Chow Jiao Jiao had a bad feeling. She was on the verge of a breakdown. Click. Chow Jiao Jiao's armor finally dropped. Wang Ting didn't say anything. His smile turned evil as he threw his fire tongue out and whipped her body. Without the armor, her body was entirely exposed. She was wearing normal clothes. When the fire tongue landed on her, it left a mark on her fair thighs. This time, Wang Ting added some lightning power inside too, inflicting severe pain on her. Gasp! Chow Jiao Jiao's expression changed. She gasped in pain and her body started twitching uncontrollably. Does it feel good? Wang Ting asked with a smile. You're a monster. Chow Jiao Jiao tried her best to control her trembling body. Fear was finally seen in her eyes when she saw Wang Ting's evil smile. This bastard's heart must be black. Chapter 10-15. From now on, you're the best at boasting. 3 days later. Night. The day and night in the flaming river world relied on the 5 fireballs in the sky. When they went down, night dawned. It was said that these 5 fireballs would land in the volcano in the middle of the flaming river world. In the morning, they would rise automatically. They were like 5 suns. The power of the universe stage martial warrior wasn't something ordinary martial warriors could imagine. A bonfire burned in the wilderness. Wang Ting and his team sat beside the bonfire. Chow Jiao Jiao was still tied up and thrown behind them. There were whipped marks all over her body. She seemed to have been badly tormented. She would be sprawled on the ground if it wasn't for the rock behind her. Wang Ting barbecued the cleaned flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. A strong fragrance wafted in the air. Anlan and the others wrinkled their noses. They were swallowing their salivas. They were mechas, but strangely they could eat and drink. They were just like any other life forms. I didn't think that the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm would be a delicacy. Anlan licked his lips and said, Can y'all eat? Wang Ting asked curiously. Of course. We have life replication technology, so the internal structure of our body is the same as any other living creature. We have different organs in our bodies and the food we eat can be directly converted to energy, Anlan explained. I don't see you eating normally, Wang Ting said. Why should I eat if it's not tasty? Anlan said in contempt. You're quite picky. Wang Ting was speechless. Is it ready? Anlan asked impatiently. Almost done. Wang Ting barbecued for 2 to 3 more minutes. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worms had turned golden brown with a hint of red. They looked appetizing. Anlan and the others made their moves before Wang Ting could say anything. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the worms were gone. Are you hungry ghosts? Wang Ting was stunned, hurriedly pulling the remaining food back. He had worked hard to barbecue these worms. It would be frustrating if he didn't get to have a taste. Fortunately, they caught many flaming crystal red phosphorus worms over the past few days, so there was enough food. Little white, old metal, have a taste of it. Wang Ting finally remembered his two poor spiritual pets after taking a few bites and pulled them out of the space fragment. What's this smell? It's so fragrant. The metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes lit up. Flaming crystal red phosphorus worm, Wang Ting replied. Oh! The metal armor flaming scorpion grabbed a stick with its pincers and placed it in its mouth. A stick was gone just like that. It chewed a few times and exclaimed, "Delicious! Tasty! This little worm is so delicious!" Caw, caw, Little White was swift too. It bit the worm with its beak, tilted its head, and swallowed it whole. Then, it cawed happily. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting, your spiritual pets are foodies. Anlan burst out laughing. You're the same. Wang Ting glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Anlan coughed and said, We have collected enough flaming river crystals over the past few days, right? We have 54,000 kilograms of it. This is way out of our expectations. It should be enough. Wang Ting nodded. These few days, they had searched large areas that hadn't been dug using the map Di Qi gave them. They were lucky and found many flaming river crystals there. After collecting all of them, they accumulated 54,000 kilograms of it by right. They only needed 25,000 kilograms. Collecting more was better, but they already had enough. Wang Ting didn't plan to search anymore. They had 2 more missions to complete, so they mustn't waste too much time on the first task. Besides, he didn't believe that Chao Hongtu could surpass him. 54,000 kilograms wasn't a small number. They found so many crystals because Wang Ting could sense the fire force within a wide range below the rock layer using his emerald-glazed flame. Chao Hongtu didn't have this skill. Also, they hadn't met Sinclamen after he ran away. Wang Ting suspected that they had given up on the first mission. Chao Jiaojiao's gaze finally flickered when she heard the quantity of flaming river crystals they had collected. She started to feel depressed. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had swallowed the flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. A red glow exuded out of their bodies, and their auras rose tremendously. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was an emperor-level star beast. As emperor-level star beasts, it had great benefits for Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Furthermore, they ate multiple pieces, so it was normal that their ability rose. After having their fill, Wang Ting took out the map and spent the night rushing over to where the flaming rivers were. They found some fire-black toads along the way, but there were too few of them. It would take a long time for them to accumulate 500 kills. Thus, they decided to head to the flaming river. That was the home of the fire-black toads, so there would be many for them to kill. Wang Ting didn't know what the flaming river was. The map only showed the location. When the 5 fireballs rose into the sky, they finally reached their destination. He finally saw the real appearance of the flaming river. Oh my God! Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks everyone, including Wang Ting, widened their eyes in disbelief. The owner of this world is impressive. Anlan took a long time to regain his composure. He was awestruck. The flaming river is a river of fire in the sky. This is unbelievable. Wang Ting took a deep breath and said. Wang Ting and his team were floating a few hundred meters above the ground. In front of them, there was a 10-meter-wide river of fire flowing into the horizon. Neither the start nor the end was visible. It was said that the flaming river started from the edge of this world and flowed back to the other edge. It moved continuously and was a mystical presence. It was hard to believe how this river existed. What astounded Wang Ting was, there were countless red attribute bubbles floating above the flaming river. They were more than the ones he saw in the lava swamp. Pick them up. Wang Ting's gaze shone brightly. He released his spiritual power and pulled the bubbles over. In an instant, the attribute bubbles flew over to him like sparrows returning home. They merged into his body. The scene was magnificent. Unfortunately, no one could witness it. Constellation Force, Fire. *15 Constellation Force, Fire. *20 Constellation Force, Fire. *10 Constellation Force, Fire. *50 Constellation Force, Fire. *30 Constellation Force, Fire. *80 There were so many attribute bubbles that the entire collection process took more than a minute. Mind you, Wang Ting's speed of collection was extremely fast. Normally, he only needed a second. However, this time, the process took more than a minute. It was hard to imagine. Boom. All the attribute bubbles contained Constellation Fire Force. The force started flowing around Wang Ting's body. The different streams gathered like a roaring river and swarmed through his limbs like floodwaters. The rumbling sounded continuously. He activated his star fire scripture and operated it once. All the forces surged towards the Sea of Nihility. Boom! An explosion occurred above the Sea of Nihility. The fire constellations trembled violently as the large amount of fire force crashed into them. They flew out from the line of constellations and started spinning above the Sea of Nihility at high speed. At this moment, the constellations froze for a second before shooting towards the center. Boom! A frightening explosion occurred. A vast sea of force swept through the area. The collision of the constellations formed a large crimson whirlpool with numerous fiery red crystals decorating it like stars. They flickered and shone brightly in the sky of darkness. It was a dazzling sight. The whirlpool spun at high speed while condensing towards a certain point. A transformation was taking place. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it took. The crimson whirlpool had disappeared by now, condensing into a fiery red ball. It was many times bigger than the other force constellations. It seemed to be made of fiery red crystals. It looked like a star. Celestial Stage. Wang Ting had reached the celestial stage. Before he could feel happy, a strong force of vitality shot out from the constellation and merged into his body. Under the influence of this vitality, Wang Ting's physical body started changing. His planetary stage body evolved into a celestial stage body. His bones, blood, muscles, and even the cells in his body took a leap in quality. The process felt slow, but it actually happened at an unbelievably fast speed, finishing within a few breaths. Wang Ting let out a long sigh. A piercing red light flashed in his eyes. An oppressive aura exuded from his body. This aura disappeared in an instant. Although Wang Ting suppressed it quickly, as a heaven stage martial warrior, Anlan still detected it. You had a breakthrough? He was dumbfounded. Wang Ting decided not to hide. He nodded naturally as if he had completed a simple task. Celestial stage? Anlan probed further. It was understandable why he lost his cool. Wang Ting's breakthrough happened without any warning. He made it look so simple. Other people worked extremely hard and were exceptionally careful during their breakthrough, but Wang Ting did it as easily as sleeping or eating. Anyone would find it appalling. Yes, I had some enlightenment after I saw this flaming river and naturally advanced, Wang Ting replied casually. Anlan didn't know how to respond to his bragging. After a few seconds, he said, "From now on, you're the best at boasting." Chapter 10:16. The Real Flaming River. Thank you. Wang Ting thanked Anlan sincerely as if he was honestly complimenting him. You're welcome. Anlan felt helpless. He regained his composure quickly though. To a heaven stage martial warrior, the celestial stage was nothing much. He was just surprised at the sudden breakthrough. This fellow is really extraordinary, Anlan exclaimed in his heart. Chao Jiao also noticed Wang Ting's breakthrough. There was a hint of astonishment in her eyes, and she was unable to remain calm. This fellow had a breakthrough at such a crucial moment. The breakthrough seemed so simple. It felt outrageous. Chao Jiaojiao already knew about Wang Ting's emperor-level fire talent from Chao Hongtu. But why did it seem so easy? Even someone with imperial-level talent wouldn't be able to do it so smoothly. This didn't make sense. There was a virtual castle in the life energy stone. Round Ball laid on the balcony of the castle and pouted. Why are they making such a huge scene? It was just a breakthrough to the celestial stage. If Wang Ting revealed all his trump cards, they would probably be scared to death. However, it had to admit that Wang Ting was a little outrageous. One could never take him as an ordinary person. Wang Ting felt the changes in his body. The fire force had calmed down, and the fire star was spinning silently above the sea of nihility. But it was no longer in the same row as the other force constellations. It stayed in a space of its own and appeared a little arrogant. A smile appeared on the edge of Wang Ting's lips. Either way, he finally broke through to the celestial stage. He glanced at the attributes panel. Constellation Fire Force, 28/10,000, Celestial Stage First Level, Wang Ting felt puzzled. This wasn't right. The upper limit of the planetary stage first level was 10,000. Why was it the same at the celestial stage? This didn't make sense. As he stared at the row of attributes, he got enlightened. So this is how it works, Wang Ting muttered to himself in surprise. When he advanced to the celestial stage, the force he received would be calculated based on the celestial stage standard. This meant that the constellation force he received from planetary stage martial warriors would be purified automatically. The value would become lower. Only the constellation force he received from celestial stage martial warriors would be of the same value. As for the cosmos stage and heaven stage, the value of the constellation force would increase relatively. Wang Ting didn't know how the conversion worked. The system had the right to all the calculations. He blinked and stopped pondering over this issue. He should focus on raising his ability quickly. That way, even if the system decided to leave him one day, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. He shifted his gaze and looked at another attribute. Origin of life. 20400. His origin of life had increased by 10,000 points. This was a huge change. This showed that the advancement to the celestial stage was truly an upgrade of one's life. The different stages were all incomparable to each other. After studying the changes in his attributes, Wang Ting shifted his thoughts back to the real world. This flaming river is a good place. After killing enough fire black toads, I must go along this river and pick up all the attribute bubbles. Wang Ting made a promise to himself. Anlan noticed that Wang Ting had managed to stabilize his cultivation, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Are we going to start killing fire black toads from here?" "Yes, let's start here." Wang Ting nodded. Just when they were about to start moving, Wang Ting suddenly realized that Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion were staring at the flaming river absent-mindedly. Little White, Old Metal, Wang Ting called them with a frown. "Master, something in the flaming river is beckoning me," the metal armor Flaming Scorpion suddenly said. "Something is beckoning you?" Wang Ting was confused. He turned to Little White and asked, "Do you feel it too?" "Caw." Little White nodded. "You sense it too?" Wang Ting was astounded. "It looks like there's something inside the flaming river." Anlan touched his chin and said. Wang Ting contemplated for some time before asking his spiritual pets, "Can you guys detect the exact location?" "No, I can only sense that it's in the flaming river." The metal armor Flaming Scorpion shook its head helplessly after trying. "If that's the case, we're looking for a needle in the haystack. You are only at the Emperor level. If you enter the flaming river recklessly, you might die before finding the thing." Wang Ting shook his head. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White were aware of it, so they looked at Wang Ting and waited for him to make the decision. "Since we're going into the flaming river to kill fire black toads, we can search for the item along the way. If you detect its exact location, remember to inform me, Wang Ting said after some consideration. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had no objections. Unlan, you won't have to go down later. I have an idea. Well, Wang Ting sniggered and turned to speak to Unlan and the other mechas. Unlan nodded continuously, his eyes glowing. This is a good plan. I'll leave the surface to y'all. Wang Ting nodded and jumped into the flaming river with Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. The three of them were devoured by the flames and vanished without a trace. Will they be alright jumping in like this? And Feng asked. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, that fellow has a divine flame. Normal flames won't be able to hurt him. As for the fire black toads, he won't have a problem dealing with them, Unlan replied. That's true. And Feng nodded. Anyway, boss, I have never seen you being this confident in someone. This person is different, Unlan said. The other three mechas glanced at him in surprise and nodded in deep thought. A normal martial warrior won't be able to achieve a breakthrough so abruptly. That's not the only surprise, Unlan said in a meaningful tone. In the flaming river, Wang Ting felt the fire surrounding him. Scorching heat surged over, attempting to burn all the living creatures that barged into the river. What a frightening temperature! Wang Ting was flabbergasted. If he didn't have the emerald glazed flame suit protecting him, he would definitely be burned to death in this environment. Even after advancing to the celestial stage, he couldn't withstand the heat. He hurriedly looked at Little White and metal armor flaming scorpion. He was dumbstruck. You seem fine. Wang Ting asked in bewilderment. Yes, Master, the temperature isn't that high, the metal armor flaming scorpion replied. Isn't that high? How's that possible? Wang Ting wondered if the metal armor flaming scorpion was joking. He could sense the temperature around him clearly, but these two star beasts were telling him it wasn't high. Was he having an illusion? Caw. Little White cawed too. It was unaffected by the heat and continued flying in the flaming river. Moreover, it seemed to be enjoying itself. What's going on? Wang Ting frowned. He felt that this wasn't an illusion, nor was there a problem with his senses. There was only one possibility. Let's go. Wang Ting suppressed the thought in his mind and called Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion over. The two spiritual pets glanced at each other and followed after Wang Ting. The river was wide and deep, but nothing could be seen from the surface. One would only see an endless flaming river laid horizontally in the sky. It was obvious that the owner of this flaming river world used space power to build this river. Wang Ting continued diving deeper with his spiritual pet. The flame couldn't hurt them, so he didn't have to worry about them. But the deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion remained unaffected. They were extremely carefree, like fish returning to the sea. Interesting. Wang Ting smiled. He was more certain of his guess. Croak! A strange cry interrupted his thoughts. At the same time, a long tongue shot out from the flames below, aiming at Wang Ting. I've been waiting for you. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed. He stretched his hand and pointed his finger. The golden crescent blade darted out and cut the long tongue into two. The golden crescent blade was made of extraordinary material. It could withstand high heat, hence the reason Wang Ting dared to use it. Croak! Another strange noise was heard. This time it was filled with pain. Well, its tongue was cut. Croak, croak, croak. It was like a wake-up call. Numerous strange noises resounded in the river. A sea of crimson-yellow balls lit up below them, covering the entire floor. It wasn't a friendly sight for people with trypophobia. F***K. Wang Ting cursed. These weren't balls of light. They were the eyes of the fire-black toads. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before he could react, piercing sonic booms rang in the river, attacking Wang Ting from below. Go! Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. The golden crescent blade flew out again and chopped all the long tongues. Clang! At this moment, the golden crescent blade slammed into a tough opponent and gave off a metallic sound. It rebounded. Mid-tier Imperial level fire black toad. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He shouted at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion, "Go!" The two star beasts immediately flew upwards. Boom! 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 Giant figures had already appeared below. They were infuriated and kept chasing Wang Ting relentlessly. They spurted pillars of fire out of their mouths and hurled them at Wang Ting. Wang Ting didn't know that the fire black toads had another attacking method. His expression turned grim, and his speed rose exponentially. He shuttled back and forth within the pillars of fire, dodging them as he flew upwards. He didn't keep Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion in his space fragment. These two spiritual pets hadn't participated in any battle after they advanced to the Emperor level. Life or death experiences would help them to mature quickly. Even escaping was a form of real-life battle experience. Wang Ting didn't help them. He would only do so if they were in fatal danger. Very soon, they reached the top of the river. Wang Ting was elated and quickly charged out. At the same time, he shouted, "Unlan, do it now!" Chapter 10:17. Are you looking down on me? Bang! 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 Wang Ting rushed out of the flaming river with his spiritual pets and a group of fire black toads hot on their tails. They were mostly Emperor level and low-tier Imperial level fire black toad. There were a few mid-tier Imperial level ones which were equivalent to the Cosmo stage. Boom! It was such a large group of fire black toads that it was overwhelming. It was a spectacular scene. Unlan was ready to take action when he heard Wang Ting's voice. However, even with his willpower, he was still taken aback when he witnessed the sight. So many of them! Unlan's eyes widened and he cursed in his heart. He then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Attack!" The three mechas charged at them immediately. Croak! 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 Amid the pitiful cries, the fire black toads were getting killed in batches. To Cosmo Stage martial warriors, these toads were equivalent to Planetary Stage and Celestial Stage martial warriors. It was not a problem for them. Besides, Unlan, a Heaven Stage martial warrior, was present as well. The 1,000 armaments vessel turned into streaks of light and devastated the fire black toads. Wang Ting had seen the assembled form of the 1,000 armaments vessel, and now, he saw its detached form. It was indeed a lethal weapon. Even the mid-tier Imperial level fire black toads had no chance of survival when facing Unlan. Wang Ting instructed Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion to attack while he stood by the side and gave them moral support. He didn't forget to collect the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, *80 blank attribute *300 Constellation Force, Fire, *500 blank attribute *800 Fire Tongue *50 Constellation Force, Fire, *700 blank attribute *1000 Constellation Force, Fire, *1200 Fire Tongue *75 Huge numbers of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body, increasing his constellation fire force once again. Just like he had guessed, Emperor-level star beasts dropped fewer attribute bubbles. Only Imperial-level star beasts dropped the normal amounts. However, it wasn't a problem. Things would be fine as long as he hunted enough star beasts. With Unlan and the 3 other mechas, he could just pick the attribute bubbles while lying down. It's great to be rich. If you had the money, you could just hire strong people to do the work for you. It was awesome. After a while, the fire black toads that were led by Wang Ting were all killed. There were roughly 50 of them, and there were 5 mid-tier Imperial-level fire black toads. Let's continue. Wang Ting got Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion to enter the river once again. This guy really treats me as his laborer. Anlan was caught between laughter and tears. He was helpless. He had to work for the money. It smells so good. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting and the others followed the flaming river and continued farming. One by one, the fire-black toads entered his space ring. With their method, they spent less than half a day and exceeded the 500 fire-black toads required for the mission. However, they didn't have 50 of the mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toad. Mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts were equivalent to Cosmos Stage martial warriors. A star beast of that level was rather rare. 2 days later, Wang Ting had hunted 2,380 fire-black toads, with 53 mid-tier Imperial-level ones. He had satisfied the requirement. Even so, it was incredible. The Emperor-level star beasts were like overlords on Earth. However, here, they were hunted down like regular star beasts. Wang Ting wouldn't have believed it in the past. But in the universe, this was nothing. Emperor-level and low-tier Imperial-level star beasts were common, just like planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors. This was especially so in some special regions, where there were countless Emperor-level star beasts. The Flaming River world was one such place. The number of fire-black toads in the river had surprised him, Anlan and the others. 2 days later, Wang Ting and the others stopped hunting temporarily. They were all bored after killing for 2 days. But the benefits couldn't be ignored. Wang Ting's Constellation Fire Force and blank attributes had skyrocketed. Constellation Fire Force 5600/30,000 Celestial Stage 3rd level blank attribute 576,000. His Constellation Fire Force had advanced to the 3rd level. He just broke through it to the Celestial Stage recently, and now it was already at the 3rd level. No genius could match his speed. Meanwhile, he had 576,000 blank attributes, more than he ever had before. Wang Ting had not decided on how he would use them, saving them for the time being. It wasn't too late for him to think about it after this trial was over. Besides that, he had improved another skill by a large margin. Fire Tongue, 10,000/10,000 perfected. This was a real surprise. He actually perfected it. Wang Ting's application of Fire Tongue had reached a very high level. It was more flexible and swift, and he could control its power and tenacity. His mastery might perhaps even surpass countless fire-black toads. For a moment, Wang Ting didn't know what to feel. Many images that shouldn't have appeared in his mind surfaced involuntarily. One ashamed. Cough. Stop it. Do you still want to hunt? Anlan interrupted his wild thoughts. Let's hunt for another 2 days. Somehow, I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind this flaming river's existence, Wang Ting replied after pondering. Oh, why do you say that? Don't you find that there are too many fire-black toads here? It's a bit too much, but it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, they were raised here for so many years, and there are no predators to kill them. It is natural to have so many of them. But I found a problem. Wang Ting frowned as though he was in deep thought. What problem? When I brought my 2 spiritual pets into the river, I realized that they were not affected too much. This river seems to be very friendly to star beasts. Is that so? Now that you've said it, it does seem a bit strange. Anlan rubbed his chin and his eyes shone, as though he was thinking about the same problem. He then asked after a while, Do you have any idea? I have a guess, but I don't know if it's right. I'll have to verify it. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find what I want these few days. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. Let's search for another 2 days. We dug flaming river crystals for 3 days and hunted fire-black toads for 2 days. It doesn't matter if you spend another 2 days finding it. We still have half of the time left to obtain the legacy. No one has succeeded till now. It won't be that easy. Don't have high hopes for it. You have to accept the outcome. Just make sure you win the 2 missions. Chao Hongtu and the others are probably planning the same as well, Anlan said. You are actually smart, Wang Ting said in surprise. Are you looking down on me? Anlan shot him a glare. No. You know me. I always admire a strong person like you. Wang Ting widened his innocent eyes and said. Scram! Anlan spat in a bad mood. Chapter 10:18 Taunting Death in the Flaming River. Wang Ting dived into the river with Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion again. They went straight to the depth. If there was anything strange about this place, it would definitely be hidden in the deepest part. This was an undeniable fact. There was a limit to the Flaming River. Although it was created using spatial power, the maximum depth was a few hundred meters. The bottom of the Flaming River wasn't filled with rocks or sand or flames. There seemed to be lava running below. It gave off a dark red color and was flowing at a low pace. Scorching heat spread out from it. Wang Ting tried throwing an item into the lava and noticed that the temperature here was much higher than the flames in the Flaming River. Anything that touched it would burn immediately. He could also tell that the lava was only half a meter deep. With its limited depth, nothing large could hide inside. Swoosh! A fire element python had been lying prone in the lava for some time. Suddenly, it leaped up and attacked Wang Ting, opening its maw in an attempt to swallow him. The fire-black toad was not the only star beast living in the Flaming River. There were other star beasts too. However, the fire-black toads were the rulers of the river, while the others were just sidekick. Caw! Master, be careful! Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion warned him at the same time. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. The golden crescent blade slashed through the air. The fire element python froze in midair for a second before its body split into two, starting from its head. A large amount of fresh blood spurted out, but it evaporated when it touched the flames. A low-tier Imperial-level star beast dares to attack me? Is it tired of living? Wang Ting shook his head speechlessly. Had these star beasts turned stupid after living in this peaceful environment for a long time? At this moment, the python's body started burning from within. What's going on? Wang Ting squinted. When the star beasts were alive, nothing happened to them. Yet, they went up into flames after they died. Before this, they lured all the fire-black toads out of the Flaming River and kept their corpses. Thus, they didn't notice this situation. Wang Ting stared intently at the python that self-ignited. It had attracted all his attention. After some time, the giant python disappeared. Only its head was left. Wang Ting heaved a long sigh. Many thoughts went through his mind. He felt that he might know what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow of a python dashed out from the python's head and tried to escape into the distance. A low-tier Imperial-level star beast could let its soul leave its body temporarily. The giant python's soul was fortunate enough to escape his attack, so it didn't die. However, since its body was gone, its soul had to escape or it would still die in the end. Huh! Naturally, Wang Ting wouldn't let it go. Just when he was about to make his move, he saw something and gasped in surprise. Puss! The shadow started burning from within and disappeared into a wisp of green smoke. It was as if it had never existed. I understand. An idea popped up in his mind. There was a sharp glow in his eyes. To prove his hypothesis, he remained patient and caught a few more star beasts. He killed them but left their souls unharmed. After these star beasts died, all of them went into flames. It was as if the Flaming River swallowed them. They disappeared in an instant. Indeed. Wang Ting blinked. He was quite sure of his guess. He immediately brought Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion out of the Flaming River. Did you give up? Anlan asked curiously when he saw Wang Ting coming out. Cover me, Wang Ting said seriously. He didn't explain further and sat down cross-legged above the Flaming River. Are you? Anlan was astounded. He had some questions, but Wang Ting had already closed his eyes, so he couldn't ask. A faint and misty ball of white light flew out of Wang Ting's forehead. Spiritual body. Anlan frowned. He released his soul. What's he trying to do? This ball of light was a star formed from one's spiritual body. After flying out from his forehead, Wang Ting controlled it and let it dive into the flaming river. F****k. Anlan cursed uncontrollably, his expression changing. This fellow is crazy. Is he tempting fate? How dare he throw his spiritual body into the flaming river? His brows were scrunched up while the spirit in his body turned restless. He was prepared to save Wang Ting at any time. But even with his spirit cultivation, he would be heavily injured if he allowed his spirit to enter the flaming river. He couldn't stay inside too long either, or he would never be able to come back. Wang Ting didn't know how nervous Anlan was. He had made ample preparations before entering the flaming river. He would never take his life as a joke. At this moment, his spirit was roaming in the flaming river and sinking to the bottom. Piss. The flames inside the river surrounded his spirit. Wang Ting immediately felt a terrifying scorching pain. This pain didn't come from his body, but rather from his spirit. It was 1,000 times worse than a physical injury, enough to make someone die. Gasp! Wang Ting took in a huge breath of air. However, he was just a spiritual body now, so he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, he was a divine spirit master. He could use his spiritual power to resist temporarily. If not, the flames would burn his origin of soul, reducing him to ashes quickly. Time passed slowly. Everything seemed calm. Nothing happened. Wang Ting bore the excruciating pain. His face was pale, and large droplets of sweat were pouring down his forehead. His body started trembling uncontrollably. His spiritual power had been exhausted. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. His spiritual power reserves had never been emptied before. Once all his spiritual power was used up, the flames in the flaming river would be a direct threat to his spiritual body. Wang Ting felt the danger of death. He wanted to use his blank attributes to restore his spiritual power, but he suddenly stopped. Many thoughts went through his mind. You have to spend money to make money. I'm going to give it my all. Wang Ting gritted his teeth. He didn't use any blank attributes and allowed his spiritual body to be entirely exposed to the flames in the river. Boom! The flames surged over and engulfed the spiritual body, burning it furiously. The pain got worse. Wang Ting was in a bad state. He felt as if he would explode at any time. I'll bear with it, I'll bear with it. F***k? Wang Ting screamed in his heart. His expression turned distorted. He's crazy. He's probing death in the eye. Anlan was astounded when he saw this scene. I don't mind if you die, but what about my money? You haven't given me any money. No, I can't let you die. F***k, why am I doing this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 10:19 Soul of Thousand Beasts Flame. Wang Ting had hit his limit. His spirit was withstanding an excruciating pain, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Pain. Hell of a pain. Although he had strong willpower, this pain was outrageous. He suddenly understood how Devil Lord Qi Yen felt when he tortured him with the emerald-glazed flame. Was this karma? Wang Ting started to self-reflect. He felt that he might have gone overboard in the past. After reflecting for a second, he decided to use his blank attributes to save himself. He couldn't resist anymore. He would die if this continued. That thing is really patient. It didn't appear even at this time. Wang Ting complained in his heart. Suddenly, his spiritual body trembled. He felt a special flame seeping in through the flames around him. Wang Ting was overjoyed. It's here. He quickly suppressed his excitement. At the same time, he threw away the thought of using his blank attribute. He continued to put on a weak front, waiting for the special flame to enter his spiritual body. However, this special flame was extremely cautious. It was like a thief. It didn't barge into the room immediately but took a step in carefully. Then, it raised its other leg and went in, peeking around to observe the room. Wang Ting's spiritual body was on the verge of breaking down. He was in a panic when he saw the flame dawdling around. Quick, quick, come in quickly, you idiot! Wang Ting roared in his heart. He had never felt so frustrated and helpless. He was helpless because of a flame. It was infuriating just thinking about it. After some time, the little flame confirmed that there was no danger and fully entered his spiritual body. Ha ha ha! Wang Ting's evil laughter resounded. Let's see how you run this time. Boom! The emerald glazed flame, the holy flame, and the dark flame hidden in the depths of his spiritual body surged out. The little flame was given a fright. It shivered and wanted to escape. Wang Ting released his 3 divine flames and blocked all paths of escape, surrounding the little flame. At the same time, the emerald glazed flame flowed out from his spiritual body and formed a shield outside. This was Wang Ting's trump card, the reason for his confidence. He hid the 3 divine flames in his spiritual body beforehand, so he wasn't afraid of any accidents happening. Even so, he didn't let down his guard. A spiritual body was extremely weak. It was dangerous to expose it directly to the flaming river. Any mistake and he would die. As the flames were released, Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. The agony on his face subsided. Anlan wanted to help, but he stopped when he saw this scene. He was puzzled. He did it. He walked around Wang Ting and confirmed that he was in no life-threatening danger. He felt at ease. Good, his money was safe. Wang Ting was focused on his spiritual body. He eyed the crimson little flame fiercely. Little fellow, you've made me suffer. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and glared at the little flame. The 3 divine flames burned around him, giving off the powerful presence of divine flames. The crimson flame shivered. It shrunk into a little ball and trembled frighteningly like a little girl. Surrender or die. Wang Ting released a wisp of consciousness filled with killing intent. He would release his divine flames and devour the little flame if it tried to resist. The crimson small flame trembled even more violently. It was in extreme fear. Then, it transmitted its thoughts to Wang Ting. I surrender. Wang Ting was stunned. It surrendered so quickly? The taming process was so smooth that it felt unreal. The script wasn't right. As a divine flame, shouldn't you struggle and resist a little? Where's your dignity? Are you really surrendering? Wang Ting asked curiously. The crimson flame turned into a little turtle and nodded fervently. It stared at Wang Ting in a daze. Then, open your origin and let me leave my spiritual mark, Wang Ting said. The crimson little flame finally hesitated, but seeing the 3 balls of divine flames around it, it nodded and turned back into a flame. It was now Wang Ting's turn to hesitate. This divine flame accepted his request too quickly. Was it trying to trick him? However, the hesitation only lasted for a second. He had reached the final step. All he needed to do was to leave his spiritual mark, and this divine flame would be his. How could he retreat now? Wang Ting calmed down. He asked his 3 divine flames to prepare themselves in case the little flame retaliated. Reality proved that this crimson little flame was honestly timid. He left his mark successfully without any accident. I did it! Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. After getting this divine flame, he confirmed that his guess was right. The soul of thousand beasts flame. This ball of divine flame was the legendary special flame that was formed from the souls and blood of thousands of star beasts. It had also undergone numerous transformations over the years. The soul of thousand beasts flame could absorb the blood and souls of all star beasts. At the same time, It could benefit the star beasts greatly. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion didn't feel any threat from the flaming river because of this soul of thousand beasts flame. When the giant python was burned by the flames, Wang Ting confirmed his guess. These were exactly the traits the soul of thousand beasts flame possessed. The rumors were true. The owner of the flaming river world had hidden a divine flame in it. Wang Ting didn't believe it at first. Thinking back about it, he felt a slap in his face. Who would know that this entire flaming river was formed by the scattered soul of thousand beasts flame? It appeared conspicuously in front of everyone, duping everybody for so long. If Wang Ting didn't bring his 2 fire-element spiritual pets, he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. What a close call! He almost missed it. Wang Ting felt fortunate. After taming the divine flame, he controlled his spiritual body to return to his physical body. Boom! The spiritual body rushed out from the flaming river and entered Wang Ting's forehead. Anlan and the others gathered around him. Wang Ting opened his eyes. His face was still a little pale, but there was happiness in his eyes. "It looks like you've succeeded," Anlan said. "Thank you." Wang Ting smiled. "Humph, I was worried about you during this mission. You must give me more money." Anlan snorted. "No problem." Wang Ting was in a great mood. He laughed happily. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 10-20. Absorption and Riot. What did you gain? Anlan asked curiously when he saw how happy Wang Ting was. He still didn't know what Wang Ting did in the flaming river. With a mysterious smile, Wang Ting stretched out his hand, where a ball of crimson flame was hovering. The crimson flame was extremely strange. It constantly changed its form. First, it was a dragon soaring into the clouds, and next, it was a phoenix spreading its wings. There were also various beasts such as turtles, pythons, toads, and birds. "This is a divine flame." Anlan's eyes widened. He doubted his eyes. Another divine flame. This fellow already possessed a divine flame. Now, he has another one. What is this luck? I'm jealous. That's right. It's a divine flame. Wang Ting smiled and nodded. He didn't hide it because he couldn't hide what he was going to do next. You got it from the flaming river? Anlan took a deep breath and calmed down before asking. The river had existed for a long time. Even though there was word on the streets, no one had discovered traces of the divine flame here. Over time, people started treating it as a rumor. After all, the owner of Flaming River World didn't reveal any news about a divine flame. If a universe stage martial warrior possessed a divine flame, it would be impossible for him to hide it, to the extent that no one knew about it. Unless he never used the divine flame. But it only took Wang Ting a few days to discover the existence of the divine flame and subdue it. This felt like a dream. Their main objective this time was for the trial mission. Moreover, Flaming River World was at its limits, and time was not on their side. This was unlike previous candidates, who had plenty of time. They would stay for several months, yet they were still left empty-handed. When you compared it like this, that was why Anlan found it incredible. Wang Ting nodded and didn't explain much. He was going to let him digest it slowly. He then walked up and tossed out the flame in his hand. Go! The soul of thousand beasts flame floated above the river and emitted a strange wave. What is this for? Anlan asked. Watch and you'll know. Wang Ting smiled and motioned him to enjoy the show. Boom! At this moment, the flames in the flaming river churned abruptly, and monstrous waves rushed into the sky. Rumble amid the roars, all the flames converged towards the soul of thousand beasts flame and merged with it. It was a spectacular scene. The entire flaming river was surging like a flood, as if a catastrophe was imminent. Even Wang Ting shuddered when he saw what was happening, and his eyes glistened slightly. If he didn't have divine flames, he wouldn't dare to face such a terrifying flame. Is this divine flame going to absorb the entire river? Anlan asked in disbelief, as if he had guessed something. To be more precise, this entire river is part of it. Gasp! This divine flame is terrifying! Anlan exclaimed. The three Mecha Cosmos stage martial warriors exchanged glances and took a few steps back. They didn't dare to approach the raging river. Anlan, get ready. Chao Hongtu and the others would definitely be attracted by such a commotion, Wang Ting cautioned. Anlan was stunned and reacted immediately. Okay. The three mechas tensed up and got ready for battle. Hurry up, Wang Ting ordered. The soul of Thousand Beasts Flame possessed a certain bit of intelligence. It increased its speed of absorption when it heard that. Back then, the owner of the Flaming River world formed the Flaming River with the divine flame as its core. Its length spanned the entire world, and it was impossible for it to absorb it all at once. Wang Ting knew that too and frowned slightly. He could only wait helplessly for Chao Hongtu's group to arrive. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away from Wang Ting, Chao Hongtu and the others were hunting fire-black toads in the Flaming River. Although they didn't think of Wang Ting's plan, they could enter the Flaming River with Sinclamen's help to hunt the fire-black toad. They were quite efficient as well. They had already slain more than 1,000 fire-black toads, and a total of 41 mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toad. They would soon meet the requirements. Of course, this was the result of Sinclamen and Chao Hongtu joining hands. If it was just Chao Hongtu alone, he wouldn't have been able to do it. After all, their strengths were suppressed, and they were unable to bring out the might of a heaven-stage martial warrior. Just as they were surrounding a mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toad, an unexpected situation arose. The fire-black toad fled in horror and broke past their encirclement as if it had sensed something terrifying. The surrounding star beasts were on a rampage as well. Roars soon echoed throughout the river. It was full of chaos. What's going on? Chao Hongtu frowned and had an ominous feeling in his heart. This is a star beast riot. Sinclamen's expression changed slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Right then, the fleeing star beasts exploded and ignited into flames before disappearing. The group's expressions changed, and they felt a shiver travel down their spines. All the star beasts burst into flames. This was too strange. They didn't even know what was going on. The unknown was always frightening. Let's go. This river is abnormal. We can't stay for long, Sinclamen said hurriedly. Without any hesitation, he rushed out of the Flaming River. What is going on? Why are these star beasts exploding? Chao Hongtu had a grim expression. Their mission was not yet complete, and such a thing happened. It was depressing. Father, what now? Chao Wu asked. Let's go. Chao Hongtu gritted his teeth and followed Sinclamen after a moment of hesitation. No matter what, staying alive was more important. An abnormal situation happened in the river. Before they figured it out, it was best to leave. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what might happen next. Chao Hongtu and Chao Wu rushed out of the river along with the Cosmos stage martial warriors that they had recruited. After some time, they got out of the Flaming River and reached the skies. The entire Flaming River was churning and looked extremely horrifying. Meanwhile, Sinclamen was staring at the river as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 10:21. Congratulations, you got it right. The Flaming River tossed and turned while the star beasts below roared in despair and fear. They seemed to be putting up their final struggle. Chao Hongtu and his team had left the Flaming River and were observing the abnormal situation outside. Sinclamen stood above the Flaming River in deep thought. Did you notice anything? Chao Hongtu flew over and asked, breaking the silence. The members of the Parkers family possessed a special fire physique, so they were more sensitive toward the fire. This was why Chao Hongtu consulted Sinclamen. The flames are swarming in a certain direction, Sinclamen contemplated before replying. Towards a certain direction? Chao Hongtu gave a look of disbelief. Why would that happen? Did someone do something to the flaming river? Who? Sinclamen's expression turned ugly. He sneered. Besides you and I, who else can it be? Are you saying Wang Ting? Chao Hongtu understood immediately. How is that possible? Don't forget that he has a divine flame. I saw it personally, Sinclamen said. A divine flame? Why does he have a divine flame? Chao Hongtu's expression turned distorted. Flames of anger flickered in his eyes. Envy. He was red with envy. Sinclamen glanced at him and snorted in his heart. He remained quiet. What do we do now? Chao Hongtu asked. Let's take a look. If he did this, there must be some good stuff in the flaming river. We can snatch it from him. Sinclamen's gaze turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and continued. No matter how strong the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior is, you and I will be able to kill him together. All right. Chao Hongtu nodded. They quickly rushed in the direction the flames were flowing. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting had absorbed the majority of the flaming river by now. Countless flames surged into the origin of the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame and turned into small balls of fire. It was hard to believe that there were so many flames inside. Boom! The remaining flames continued churning ferociously, flowing over from the distance. The entire flaming river was about to dry up. The star beasts inside screamed and howled as they welcomed their deaths. The soul of Thousand Beasts' flame bred them, but now it was taking away their lives. No star beast could escape. These star beasts relied on the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame for survival. They didn't think that one day they would die in this river. Anlan had been watching him for a long time, but he was still flabbergasted. The scene created by the divine flame was terrifying. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior like him was frightened. They're here, Wang Ting suddenly said in a low voice. Anlan and the others turned and stared into the distance. A few beams of light were shooting towards them at an astonishing speed. Honestly, they came much later than expected. This meant that the two parties were quite far apart. But what was supposed to come would come. The soul of Thousand Beasts' flame needed to absorb all the flames in the flaming river, so it would definitely alert Chao Hongtu and his team. Nothing could stop this. Well, unless Wang Ting gave up. But if he did that, the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame would be incomplete and it would need a long time to restore its power. The loss wasn't worth it. Chao Hongtu and his team saw Wang Ting too. They stopped and looked at them. As expected, it's you, Chao Hongtu said. Senior brother Chao, are y'all here to join in the fun? Wang Ting asked with a smile. Divine flame. Sinclamen's gaze landed on the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame in front of Wang Ting, noticing it at once. His gaze was filled with excitement and greed. That's another divine flame. There's indeed a divine flame in the flaming river world. Great, even the heavens are helping me. Two divine flames appeared simultaneously. They're all mine. Sinclamen was overjoyed. He was so excited that his body was trembling. He couldn't describe his emotions. Divine flames were exceptionally important to the Parkers. His family had searched for the divine flame for many years in vain. Yet, he encountered it here and too at that. This was a gift from heaven. If there was only one, he wouldn't be able to keep it. However, if he managed to take two back, he could give one to his elder and keep the other one for himself. No one could snatch it from him. Agreeing to come to the flaming river world with Chao Hongtu was the right decision. It was the best decision he had made in his life. Chao Hongtu also noticed the presence of the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. He was filled with bewilderment, but he didn't say anything in the end. Since Sinclamen was here, the divine flame would never be his. I'm sorry to interrupt. Wang Ting's voice broke his fantasy. Cyclamen turned to look at Wang Ting. These two divine flames are mine. Wang Ting smiled at him. To Cyclamen, the smile was filled with contempt. The expression on his face froze. You tamed the divine flame? Cyclamen asked in disbelief, as if he heard something absurd. Congratulations, you're right. Wang Ting nodded earnestly. Cyclamen suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. Why did this happen? What was so special about this fellow? Why did he get recognized by the divine flame? What? Chao Hongtu was dumbstruck. You tamed this divine flame? How is that possible? How can a planetary stage martial warrior tame a divine flame? Chao Hongtu found this absurd and unfair. He almost couldn't control the jealousy burning in his heart. Chao Wu and the other Cosmos stage martial warriors stared at Wang Ting too. They couldn't suppress their bewilderment either. Don't look at me like that. I feel embarrassed. You look as if I slept with your wives. Oh my God? Cyclamen was triggered. He was already furious when he saw Wang Ting possessing two divine flames. The guy then added oil to the fire by humiliating him again. Anger shot right through his head. Wang Ting, this is too much. Chao Hongtu yelled. I didn't frame you, right? Aren't y'all looking at me as if I snatched your wife? Wang Ting said. Chao Hongtu wanted to speak, but Cyclamen waved his hand to stop him. He took a deep breath to calm down. Wang Ting, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the two divine flames and follow me back to the Parker's family. You won't have to worry about your life from now on. Think about this carefully. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior won't be able to protect you if Chao Hongtu and I work together. Also, even if we can't catch you, do you think you can escape from the Parkers after you leave the Flaming River world? Chapter 10:22. No man would be able to bear with this. The atmosphere turned tense after Cyclamen threatened Wang Ting. Chao Hongtu was surprised. He didn't expect Cyclamen to take the soft approach first instead of snatching it from Wang Ting directly. Why did he do that? Chao Hongtu didn't understand. He hoped that Cyclamen could slaughter Wang Ting with him and nip all possible threats in the bud. But this wasn't the time for him to speak. He was afraid of disrupting Cyclamen's plan. The Parkers were too powerful. He didn't have Wang Ting's courage to fight the Parkers. If he did, he wouldn't have sent his daughter into their family. Jiao Jiao. Oh right, where's my daughter? Chao Hongtu finally remembered his poor daughter. Although he had sacrificed her for a political marriage, he still loved her. Anlan looked at Wang Ting. He was a little concerned about the Parkers, but he wasn't afraid. Wang Ting's situation was different though. He wanted to be a baron in the empire and the Parkers were one of the 8 dukes. If he offended them, he would have a hard time in the Great Qian Empire even if he became a baron. Now, he possessed two divine flames. The Parkers had all the more reason to target him. Anlan knew how important divine flames were to the Parkers' family. They would never allow two kinds of divine flames to land in the hands of another person. If he didn't give up his divine flames, Wang Ting's life might be at risk. Anlan's expression turned grim. This must be a hard decision for Wang Ting. Wang Ting smiled and said, You're saying this because you're worried that you can't tame these two divine flames, right? The crowd was stunned. Really? They didn't think about this. Cyclamen's expression froze. He didn't think that Wang Ting would be so quick-witted and see through his plan. He never expected to find any divine flames in the Flaming River world, so he didn't make any preparations. Thus, he had no confidence that he could tame the divine flame. The only choice was to go back and rely on the power of his elders. Everyone knew that Wang Ting was right after seeing his expression. Chao Hongtu's gaze flickered as he glanced at Cyclamen from the corner of his eyes. He was enlightened. Based on his understanding of Cyclamen, he was probably dying to kill Wang Ting after repeated humiliation. The only reason why he could bear it was the divine flames. Cyclamen was a fake person too. You should know that what I'm saying is right. If you continue being stubborn, you'll regret it in the future. Cyclamen didn't answer him directly. Instead, he changed the topic. Humph. Wang Ting shook his head with contempt. Even if I give you the chance, you can't do anything. I can put these two divine flames in front of you and you won't be able to control them. Are you still trying to fight with me when you're so weak? You! Cyclamen turned red in anger. His bald head shone brighter. As a heaven-stage martial warrior, he had never been looked down upon so much. Cut the crap. If you want the divine flames, snatch them from me. Let's see if they'll listen to you, Wang Ting said calmly. Good, seems like you want to do this the hard way. Since you are so impudent, don't blame me for being merciless. Cyclamen got angry from embarrassment. Anlan respected Wang Ting's toughness. Since both parties had shed all pretenses of cordiality, he decided to open his mouth and speak up. Isn't this the loser from the Parker's family? Didn't you run away the other time? Why are you back again? Cyclamen was helpless and indignant. His face turned black as he glared at Anlan. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, he lost last time and had to run away to keep his life. This was a humiliation. When Anlan said this openly in front of him, he wished he could charge over and fight with him with his life on the line. But he didn't have the balls, he got scared. Do you still want to fight? Anlan opened his arms and said calmly. Chao Hongtu, work with me to kill this mecha first. Cyclamen turned and said to Chao Hongtu. Wang Ting, where's my daughter? Chao Hongtu nodded and asked Wang Ting. Oh, you still remember her? I thought you had forgotten about her. Wang Ting chuckled and took Chao Jiaojiao out of his space fragment. Here she is. Chao Jiaojiao was still tied up. She couldn't move and was lifted up by Wang Ting in an awkward pose. The bare skin revealed was full of whip marks. They intertwined on her skin, making her look miserable. When she came out from the space fragment, she didn't know what was happening. So she shouted instantly, Wang Ting, what do you want to do? You're a devil. Why are torturing me like this? My father will never let you go. Silence. Everyone went silent. The atmosphere turned awkward for an instant. Chao Hongtu and Chao Wu felt blood rising to their head when they saw Chao Jiaojiao's state. They almost fainted. Cyclamen's expression turned hideous. Chao Jiaojiao was going to marry into his family soon, but she landed in Wang Ting's hand and appeared to have been played. This was the greatest disgrace for their family. If Andres knew that his fiancée got treated like this, he might lock himself up in the toilet and cry. No, he might rush over and kill Wang Ting immediately. Yes, that was right. No man would be able to tolerate this. Anlan looked back and forth between Wang Ting and Chao Jiaojiao with a strange gaze. He seemed to find this situation interesting. Chao Jiaojiao finally noticed something amiss with the atmosphere. She raised her head and saw her father and the others. Her expression froze. Embarrassed and furious. These two words described her current emotions perfectly. Cough, this is a misunderstanding, Wang Ting said awkwardly. He could tell from their expressions that their thoughts had run a little wild. Wang Ting, what did you do to my daughter? Wang Ting, what did you do to my sister? Wang Ting, what did you do to Chao Jiaojiao? Chao Hongtu, Chao Wu, and Cyclamen opened their mouths at the same time. From their questioning tone, one could tell that they were boiling with anger. If gazes could kill, Wang Ting would be deader than dead. Wang Ting, admit it. Anlan suppressed his laughter and fanned the flames. He didn't mind creating a bigger commotion. His words further confirmed everyone's guess. Chao Hongtu's face turned purple-black. Wang Ting glared at Anlan fiercely. This matter affected his innocence, so he hurriedly explained, Listen to me. It's not what you think. Bastard, do you think we're blind? Chao Hongtu felt frustrated, exasperated, furious, and helpless. These emotions were displayed entirely on his black face. His beloved daughter was being trampled by someone, and that person was his enemy. Wang Ting felt that he had no chance of explaining himself. Chapter 10:23. Chao Jiao wants to cry. Senior brother Chao, I only punished my niece a little. I didn't do anything else. You have to believe my character. Wang Ting felt that he could still save himself, so he explained earnestly, although you called me a bastard, I still decided to forgive you because you love your daughter. Let's talk properly. Chao Hongtu felt as if he had punched a ball of cotton. Helplessness swarmed into his heart. Did he just call Jiao his niece? Niece? How could someone be so shameless? He regretted having any relationship with Wang Ting. Why did he recognize him as his junior brother? He was using it as an excuse now. This was infuriating. Go away, I'm not your senior brother. Anlan was shocked by Wang Ting's shamelessness too. This fellow didn't feel embarrassed talking about such things at all. He tortured the other party so badly, yet he could still stand up straight and scold until he had nothing to say. Looking at Chao Hongtu, he could imagine how frustrated this father was. However, in comparison, the person who got humiliated the most was Chao Jiao. She was disgraced in front of so many people, and the event went astray in a direction she didn't expect. Her reputation was tarnished. She was a social butterfly that could talk to anyone, but she wasn't a slut. Despite being a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, she was being reprimanded by Wang Ting like a junior. Her mentality almost collapsed. Chao Jiao wanted to cry. Oh Chao Hongtu, stop wasting time. Make your move. Sinclamen couldn't bear to listen anymore. Humiliating Chao Jiao was the same as humiliating the Parkers. He couldn't bear it. Chao Hongtu turned grim. He stared at Wang Ting intently. Don't be rash. Your daughter is still in my hands. I haven't done anything to her yet, but if you attack, I don't know what I'll do. Wang Ting sniggered. After he finished his sentence, he was stunned. This didn't sound right. It was like something an antagonist would say. Wang Ting, you're despicable, Chao Jiao said furiously. One needs to be ruthless to protect himself. Wang Ting looked at Chao Hongtu and continued, Senior brother Chao, consider it carefully. My little niece is a beautiful lady. God forbid anything should happen to her. Sigh, I feel like I'm sounding more and more like an antagonist. Bastard. Chao Hongtu's eyes turned red. He was in a dilemma. Don't forget the mission, Sinclamen reminded him coldly. Chao Hongtu frowned. He was struggling in his heart, but the scales started to tilt. His gaze turned firm. Boom. Boom. The next second, Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen attacked Anlan simultaneously. Chao Hongtu held a blade and released the peak of Cosmo Stage power, launching his ultimate attack. Sinclamen executed the peak of Cosmo Stage power too. He wielded his axe, releasing his ocean whale flame continuously. The flame symbol on his forehead flickered and started spreading. It quickly grew over his face and neck and continued creeping down. Blue flame symbols covered his skin, raising his aura to an all-time high. He had activated the special fire physique of the Parkers family. The Parkers' fire physique is indeed powerful. Wang Ting squinted when he saw this scene. He reminded Anlan, be careful. Anlan nodded. He took this battle with seriousness and disappeared. He was heading straight for his opponent. Boom! A violent collision occurred. Force swept through the sky. Anlan knew that Wang Ting mustn't be interrupted, so he pulled the battlefield far away from where Wang Ting was. Chao Wu and the other Cosmo Stage martial warriors eyed Wang Ting fiercely, especially Chao Wu. He didn't dare to think about what Chao Jiao had suffered in his hands. One could imagine how furious he was. Unfeng, Undong, and Jian, I'll leave these two to y'all, Wang Ting said. The three Mecha Cosmo Stage martial warriors nodded. Two of them walked out and started fighting with the other two martial warriors. The remaining mecha martial warrior stayed beside Wang Ting to protect him. How heartless! Has your father given up on you? Wang Ting looked down at Chao Jiaojiao and smiled. Chao Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. There was a dim look in her eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Even if they don't attack, you won't let me go. This is a wise choice. You're measuring my corn with your bushel. If he doesn't attack, I'll let you go. I'm a man with principles, Wang Ting continued, stimulating Chao Jiaojiao. He knew what Chao Hongtu was like. He wasn't lying. Chao Jiaojiao's expression changed. Her heart sank. She knew the truth, but she didn't want to admit it. However, if others said it, things would become different. Chao Jiaojiao was already at the edge of the cliff. Wang Ting's words pushed her off the edge. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. He disregarded Chao Jiaojiao and turned to look at the soul of Thousand Beasts flame. He was almost done absorbing it. His efforts to waste time just now weren't in vain. Boom! The flaming river that had existed for who knew how many years started drying up. Flames were extinguished and the star beasts inside started dying. Wang Ting could feel the soul of Thousand Beasts flame becoming complete and more powerful. The deaths of the star beasts nourished the soul of Thousand Beasts flame. Mind you, there were countless star beasts living in the flaming river. The nourishment from all of them was of great help to the soul of Thousand Beasts flame. Wang Ting felt a tinge of enlightenment. He might have understood the intention of the creator of this flaming river. Boom! At this moment, a change happened to the battle some distance away. After a violent collision, the mecha martial warrior got knocked back by Chao Wu. A huge crack appeared on his body. Fortunately, the mechas were able to heal themselves, so he didn't get seriously injured. Nonetheless, Chao Wu broke through the encirclement and charged toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He was surprised. This guy was quite strong. Chao Jiaojiao was elated. Let me fight with him. The mecha beside Wang Ting stood in front of him. Give me 5 more minutes, Wang Ting said with a frown. 5 minutes? Andong nodded. He dashed out and welcomed Chao Wu. Chao Wu seemed a little impatient when he saw another mecha rushing over. He roared angrily. In an instant, the force in his body churned, and a dazzling glow shot out from his blade. It hurled over from afar, wanting to kill the mecha as soon as possible so that he could save Chao Jiaojiao. Chapter 1024 Scared to Death. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was intense. Whether it was in Lan, Chao Hongtu, and Sinclamen or Chao Wu and Ndong, both fights were heated. And Lan's ability was indeed strong. Despite facing 2 opponents, he showed no signs of falling back. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen's expressions turned ugly. They thought that they would be able to kill this Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior quickly with their combined effort. Wang Ting was not a threat without his protection. The result, however, went against their expectations. This Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior was a little too powerful. He could only release peak-level Cosmos stage power, yet they couldn't take him down. The longer they dragged, the more agitated they felt. On the other side, Chao Wu got more and more ferocious as he fought. The mecha battling with him kept retreating. Time passed gradually. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Move! Chao Wu knew that he didn't have much time left. He shouted in rage and swung his blade like a maniac. The blade glows were thrown at the mecha from all sides. Boom! The mecha dodged in a hurry, but he still got hit. He was thrown backward. Chao Wu ignored him and went for Wang Ting. Kill! Chao Wu was immersed in a killing atmosphere. He wasted no time and swung his blade the moment he arrived. Wang Ting stared at him grimly. He was shocked by Chao Wu's toughness. But he wasn't afraid. Although he advanced to the celestial stage only recently, his battle power was exceptional. He didn't do any action, but a beam of light shot out beside him. It was the golden crescent blade. Clang! The golden crescent blade spun in the air and collided with Chao Wu's blade glow. Along with a metallic clang, the blade glow shattered. Chao Wu was caught off guard and thrown back for a few meters due to the impact of the golden crescent blade. He was flabbergasted. Come on! Wang Ting hooked his finger with a calm gaze. He was provoking Chao Wu. Chao Wu's expression froze over. He gathered his force and created numerous blade glows. They intertwined in the air, blocking all paths of retreat around Wang Ting. Let's see how you block this. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He was appalled. If this was a celestial stage attack, he could defend it using his physical body. However, Chao Wu was a cosmos stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Wang Ting was, he didn't dare to face this attack head-on. Wang Ting. Andong's expression changed, and he rushed over. The other injured mecha had just finished healing his body. He shot toward Chao Wu and wanted to stop him. But it was too late. Wang Ting, let go of my sister, and I'll spare your life, Chao Wu shouted with a hideous expression. Ha ha ha, you can't protect him. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen laughed loudly when they saw this scene. And Lan's expression changed too. He wanted to reinforce Wang Ting, but his opponents wouldn't let him. They launched an all-out offensive. Wang Ting was in a dire situation, but unexpectedly, he didn't retaliate. He stood on the spot and allowed the blade glows to land on him. Chao Wu was dumbstruck. Chao Jiaojiao was still in Wang Ting's hands. He wanted to force him to surrender and not kill him directly. If his attacks hit Wang Ting, Chao Jiaojiao would die too. Yet, Wang Ting didn't follow his script. In the face of death, he showed no fear and didn't have any plans of using Chao Jiaojiao's life to exchange for his own. This bastard had guts. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The sharp blade glows landed, and a terrifying impact swept through the air. The strong wind caused Wang Ting's hair to dance wildly. But he remained unscathed. Chao Wu had turned the direction of the blade glows at the last moment, so they landed on Wang Ting's left side instead. He didn't want to kill Chao Jiaojiao. This is scary. I thought you'd disown your sister and kill her too. Wang Ting patted his chest and appeared frightened. Chao Wu almost vomited blood. Why? Wasn't this fellow afraid of death? His face turned gloomy while a strong sense of helplessness filled up his heart. As a cosmos stage martial warrior, he didn't know what to do anymore. Anlan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt speechless. This was exhilarating. Wang Ting was definitely a maniac. How could he gamble with his life? If Chao Wu decided to be ruthless, he would die here. The smile on Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen's faces froze. They felt suffocated. This result was beyond their expectations. They felt, what the F******K? You're crazy. Chao Jiaojiao thought that she was saved, but Wang Ting would rather die than let her go. She was so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. I was scared, Wang Ting said indifferently. Do you think I'll believe you? Chao Jiaojiao was enraged. Chao Wu was burning with anger. He felt that Wang Ting was trampling on his intelligence. But I have to thank you. Wang Ting suddenly smiled at Chao Wu. The place suddenly turned silent. 5 minutes wasn't a long time. The soul of 1,000 beasts flame in front of him had finally absorbed all the flames. The flaming river dried up, leaving a deep and empty river course. The river was constructed using space power. Hence, when the flames disappeared, nothing much was left. The river lost its support, so the space around the river course started collapsing inch by inch. Wang Ting flew backward, keeping his distance from the collapsing river. Chao Wu went berserk when he saw this scene. He was howling furiously in his heart. But he didn't dare to stay above the river course either. He flew away quickly. Crack! Like a mirror cracking, the river course sped up its destruction and turned into a terrifying dimensional rift in the blink of an eye. Anlan and the others stopped their battle and flew away. Even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to get too close to a collapsing space. Anlan came back to find Wang Ting. That was very risky, Anlan complained. Seek wealth in risk. Wang Ting smiled. Chao Hongtu and the others stared at them with distorted expressions. That bastard managed to succeed. Are we leaving? Anlan glanced at Chao Hongtu and asked. Of course. I have the flame, so it's time to leave. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. But before he could finish the sentence, he got distracted. Huh! The dimensional rift formed from the collapsed river course was still expanding. The space around it was ripping inch by inch. The entire sky seemed to be getting torn apart. Chapter 10:25. Your daughter can have a bitter romance with me. The dimensional rift spread rapidly. The space around it crumbled, revealing emptiness behind it. Anlan, Chao Hongtu, and all the others noticed the abnormality of the dimensional rift. Their expressions changed. Damn it, the flaming river world is about to collapse, Sinclaman exclaimed in shock. He realized what was happening. Call pace in advance. Wang Ting stared at the scenes around him and felt that Sinclaman's guess was right. If the flaming river world collapses in advance, we won't have a chance to get the legacy, Chao Hongtu said in a low voice. The legacy. Sinclaman's expression turned somber. This was the reason why he came here. He didn't manage to snatch the divine flame. If he lost the legacy, he would have to go back empty-handed. It was exasperating. Wang Ting continued staring at the dimensional rift. Suddenly, he squinted. There were attribute bubbles being born. He regained his senses and happily picked them up. Space *100 space *120 space fragment *50 space *90 space *150 Huh? There's a space fragment attribute? Wang Ting was shocked. Most of the bubbles contained space attributes, but there were a few that had space fragment attributes inside. Wang Ting had a space fragment, but it wasn't big. With the additional space fragment attributes, his space fragment increased in size. Did the space fragment attribute appear because the flaming river world is collapsing? Wang Ting wondered to himself. Large amounts of space attributes were dropped with a few space fragment attributes hidden among them. Wang Ting was overjoyed. He thought that the collapse of the flaming river world wasn't a good thing, but there were so many benefits to gain. It was worth it. Boom. A sudden explosion came from the distance. Everyone was staggered. They turned and looked in the direction of the sound. A terrifying pillar of fire spurted out from the center of the flaming river world. It soared straight into the sky, linking the earth and heaven. Despite being far away, they could still see this magnificent scene. Everyone widened their eyes in awe and amazement. What's going on? Anlan asked the question on everyone's mind. That's where the volcano is. It's where the last legacy is hidden, Wang Ting whispered. Legacy? Anlan frowned. Chao Hongtu and Sinclaman thought of the same thing. They looked at each other. What should we do? This pillar of fire must be caused by the volcano in the center. The legacy is in the volcano. I suspect that there's a relationship between them, Chao Hongtu said. Sinclaman's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Let's go and take a look. What about them? Ignore them. The two divine flames will belong to my family. They can't run away. Sinclaman glanced at Wang Ting coldly and said, Father, sister is still in his hands. Chao Wu interrupted them after some hesitation. Jiao Jiao is still useful to him. He won't kill her for now. Chao Hongtu shook his head and said. After conversing for some time, they rushed towards the pillar of fire. They're going there, Anlan said after seeing them fly away. It looks like they still haven't given up on the legacy. Come, let's go over too. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles and chased after them. I knew it. Anlan shook his head. Then, He waved his hand and led the 3 mecha martial warriors over. Before they left, they turned and glanced at the collapsing sky. The pillar of fire seemed near, but there was still some distance between them. Based on their speed, they would need half a day to rush over. As the space around the flaming river started collapsing, the time became tighter. There might not be enough time for them. Hence, Wang Ting and Enlan raised their speed to the maximum and charged toward the volcano without stopping. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen were some distance ahead of them. They didn't fight with one another. Instead, they hurried on their journey. They didn't want to waste time on fighting. Half a day later, Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen, who were in front, stopped. They started observing the pillar of fire from afar. Wang Ting and his team stopped too. The volcano range laid out in front of him, stretching into the distance. There was nothing else. The pillar of fire was shooting out from the volcano right in the center. That volcano was the highest, so Wang Ting and his team saw it instantly. They wouldn't be wrong. What does the eruption of the volcano have to do with the drying of the river? Wang Ting asked curiously. Enlan didn't know the answer. Do you want to go over? No hurry. Let's see what they plan to do, Wang Ting replied. I know that you're up to no good. Hey, watch what you're saying. How do you know what I'm planning to do? If you were not, you'd have gone up already. Enlan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You're framing me. Don't say anything if you don't have evidence. Wang Ting rolled his eyes. Enlan chuckled. After some time, Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen got impatient and flew ahead, landing on the volcano in the center. Huh? They've gone over. Let's follow them, Wang Ting said hurriedly. Before Enlan could react, he dashed forward excitedly. Enlan shook his head. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to trick Chao Hongtu and the others? The instant Chao Hongtu and his team landed on the volcano, Wang Ting and his team also arrived. He noticed attribute bubbles floating beside the pillar of fire. Attribute bubbles again. Collect. Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 300 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 120 Constellation Force, Fire. Asterisk 200. These attribute bubbles were all Constellation Fire Force. There was nothing special, so Wang Ting didn't give them much attention. However, he still picked them up, every single one of them. Sinclamen looked at them grimly. He felt helpless. Wang Ting was following them because he wanted them to lead the way. He knew that he was up to no good. Wang Ting ignored them and started thinking. The legacy was below the volcano, but this volcano had erupted. The pillar of fire shot right into the sky. No one knew how powerful the pillar of fire was. Could they get closer to it? This pillar of fire was spurted out randomly. No one knew if it was dangerous. This was what Wang Ting was frightened of. Sinclamen glanced at them eerily. There was nothing he could do to them, so he ignored them and went to check out the pillar of fire. A few seconds later, he leaped into the pillar of fire. Chao Hongtu remained outside. He didn't enter. Wang Ting released his spiritual power and emerald-glazed flame. The emerald-glazed flame wrapped around his spiritual power as it moved towards the pillar of fire, sensing the situation inside. He realized that there was no danger inside and Sinclamen wasn't waiting to ambush him. He had already gone further down. Let me enter and take a look, Wang Ting said. Do you need me to follow you? Enlan asked with a frown. Sinclamen had already entered. Wang Ting wasn't his match. There might be danger if he entered alone. Wang Ting contemplated for some time before shaking his head. No need. I'll enter alone. The flaming river world is collapsing soon. I'll take a look and come back quickly if there's no hope. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for Sinclamen, I have ways to stay alive even if I meet him. He won't be able to catch me easily. Enlan nodded and kept quiet. Wang Ting was a person with his own plan. His ability and experience were all top-notch, and he was extremely sly. There was no need to worry about him. Wang Ting walked towards the pillar. He glanced at Chao Hongtu and smiled. Senior brother Chao, pray that it'll be safe or your daughter will have to play a bitter romance drama with me. You! Chao Hongtu's expression turned ugly. Ha ha! Wang Ting laughed heartily and jumped into the pillar of fire. He left a back view for Chao Hongtu to admire. Chapter 10:26. I don't lack talent and I don't even want that many. Wang Ting headed downwards in the middle of the pillar of flame. He was using his spiritual power to figure out his path while sensing Sinclaman's position. After all, there was no one else here besides them. The volcano was surprisingly deep. It seemed to be even deeper than what could be seen outside. It was a novel experience. Flames were spewing all around, and they were as gorgeous as a meteor that flew across the starry sky. Soon, Wang Ting sensed the bottom of the volcano. When he landed on the ground, Sinclaman was already observing the nearby situation around him. Wang Ting also scanned his surroundings. It was strange. There were no flames or lava. The ground was cracked and brown, but it exuded scorching heat. It felt hot when you stepped on it. But it wasn't a problem for Wang Ting. After all, with the protection of divine flames and the chill from nether frost, he was extremely comfortable even in such an environment. Besides a unique environment, there was a huge castle not far ahead. Made of unknown white rocks, the castle was tall and majestic. It looked old, and there were many red marks on it. They were similar to burning flames, which was very strange. It was really incredible for such a huge castle to stand in the middle of the volcano. Obviously, this was another space crack that was similar to the flaming river. It was absolutely impossible for such a large space to exist within a volcano. Wang Ting looked up and saw something like a lava-filled lake. It seemed as though flames were flowing in it, but it also felt like a mirror as it reflected what was happening on the other side. They just came down from there. The other end of this mirror was that erupting pillar of flame. You actually dare to come down alone? After looking at the castle, Sinclaman turned and said to Wang Ting. Why not? Wang Ting retracted his gaze and looked at him calmly, his tone unwavering. It was as though he wasn't facing a heaven stage martial warrior but just an ordinary person. Haha. Now that the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior is not around, I can squish you like an ant. Sinclaman's voice was extremely cold and his expression was filled with disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck without warning. With a flash of his body, he rushed toward Wang Ting to grab him. He already had enough of Wang Ting acting up and causing him trouble time and time again, making him lose face as a dignified heaven stage martial warrior. Now that he had the opportunity, he acted without any hesitation. If Wang Ting was killed, even if he couldn't subdue the two divine flames, he could still seal them temporarily. He could then bring them back to Great Qian City for his elder to finish the job. Wang Ting stood where he was and watched calmly as Sinclaman came for him. Although he had attacked suddenly, he was prepared for it and didn't panic. However, Sinclaman didn't know that. A sinister smile appeared on his face just as he was about to catch Wang Ting. As his hand was inches away, Wang Ting's body started twisting. Power of space. Sinclaman's expression changed. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he was no stranger to the power of space. A heaven stage martial warrior would have access to the power of space and could use it. However, Wang Ting was only a planetary stage martial warrior. How could he employ the power of space? He found it unbelievable. However, that thought just flashed by. He immediately reacted after realizing that Wang Ting had used the power of space to escape. Don't run. There was a chill in Sinclaman's eyes. Force burst out from his body as he imprisoned the surrounding space. Huh! There was suddenly a humming sound in the surrounding space. The next moment, there was a crack as if glass was shattering. A dozen meters away from Sinclamen, the space distorted, and Wang Ting stepped out of it abruptly. A Heaven Stage martial warrior is indeed exceptional, Wang Ting exclaimed. You can use the power of space. Sinclamen turned around fiercely and glared at Wang Ting. His heart was filled with shock. It was impossible for a planetary stage martial warrior to use the power of space. The only way was that he possessed space talent. Wang Ting didn't deny it, but he wouldn't admit it either. You can't touch me. Blood surged up in Sinclamen's mind when he heard those provoking words. A Heaven Stage martial warrior like him couldn't deal with a mere planetary stage martial warrior. He had been frustrated multiple times. The feeling made him feel so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Space talent. What a talent! Sinclamen gritted his teeth with a chill in his eyes. Everyone has underestimated you. I didn't expect a martial warrior from an undeveloped planet would possess such a talent. I don't lack talent, and I don't even want that many. Only people like you treat them like treasures, as if the more the merrier, Wang Ting said in contempt. Sinclamen's face turned green and white. He was being despised? But what Wang Ting said seemed to be right. People of noble birth put great emphasis on talent. Everything depended on one's talent, and bloodlines were above everything else as they determined one's potential. In their world, there was discrimination because of one's talent. They were always above martial warriors who came from undeveloped planets and deemed them inferior beings with inferior talent. They looked down on them. Now, it was a slap in their faces. Wang Ting had an extremely rare space talent. This talent was of a different league compared to the Parker's family. They weren't qualified to look down on Wang Ting. Wang Ting, don't get ahead of yourself. So what if you have an outstanding talent? A genius who hasn't reached his potential yet can't be considered a genius. The Parkers can kill you easily. You shouldn't have revealed your talent, Sinclamen said with a grim expression. Stop talking about the Parkers family. You can't kill me, and neither can your entire family. Wang Ting never lost to anyone in a dispute. Now, he had the intention to kill Sinclamen. It was best to kill him in the Flaming River world. That way, no one would know that he possessed the space talent. If not to avoid the Heaven Stage martial warrior's attack, he wouldn't have revealed the power of space. Unfortunately, some things were inevitable. Arrogant! Sinclamen scoffed and didn't conceal the killing intent in his eyes. Wang Ting ignored him. He walked towards the castle as he thought about how he was going to kill him. There was not much time. If he could enter the castle and obtain the legacy, the title of Baron would be his without a doubt. No one would be able to dispute that. Chapter 10:27. That's it? Sinclamen was helplessly roaring in anger in his heart. After knowing that Wang Ting possessed space talent, he stopped chasing him. Everything was in vain. He couldn't release his Heaven Stage power now. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to capture Wang Ting, who had the space talent. The space talent was extremely mysterious. A Heaven Stage martial warrior might have some understanding of space, but they were still different from martial warriors who had its innate talent. They couldn't use space power casually like them. For instance, if they were to travel through space, he would only be able to cover 5 meters while Wang Ting could do 10 meters. Even a powerful Heaven Stage martial warrior could at most travel for 7 to 8 meters. That was the gap. Wang Ting had picked more many attribute bubbles, so his grasp of space had gotten stronger. He had surpassed many others. Hence, Sinclamen decided to give up attacking. The important thing now was to get the legacy. He didn't believe that as a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he would lose to Wang Ting in this aspect. Both of them arrived at the door of the castle. It was 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide, its size in proportion with the overall height of the castle. It was grandiose. Move! Sinclamen didn't want Wang Ting to take the lead. He pushed him away and overtook him, placing his hands on the door and pushing it forcefully. Crack! An ear-piercing friction sound irritated their eardrums. The door trembled slightly. Dust and bits of stone fragments fell. A small crack appeared between the doors, but it was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. Cyclamen was elated. Just as he was about to open the door entirely, the crimson-red patterns on the castle started shimmering. The door had the most number of patterns. They lit up at the same time. Cyclamen's expression underwent a huge change. He retracted his hands as if he got electrocuted and flew back. Boom! The gap between the doors closed and the crimson patterns dimmed, returning to their original color. Cyclamen stood 30 meters away from the door. His face was full of astonishment and his gaze was filled with fear. His hands were trembling. Wang Ting turned around, stunned. He stood 5 meters away from the door while Cyclamen retreated to 30 meters away. It was as if there was a terrifying monster inside the castle. "That's it?" Wang Ting asked uncontrollably. Silence. Cyclamen's expression froze. Then, his entire face turned red. He was looked down upon. He was being looked down upon again. He looked at the distance between Wang Ting and the door, and then he looked at himself. He wished he could bury himself. Was he more timid than a planetary stage martial warrior? This was impossible. He recalled the frightening aura he felt when he opened the door. He could still feel the lingering fear. This wasn't an issue about courage. He felt the threat of death just now. Also, he raised his hand and took a look. His pupils constricted. His skin and flesh were gone, revealing the white and scary bones below. There were burnt marks on the bones too, as if they were unable to resist the high heat. If he didn't react fast enough, he would have lost his hands. Currently, he would be able to heal them using some high-level healing medicine. No blood flowed out of his hands because the flesh around them was burnt completely. A barbecued smell floated in the air. Wang Ting noticed Cyclamen's palms and frowned. Is that caused by the crimson patterns? That's scary? He was dumbfounded, not daring to underestimate the power of the door anymore. Wang Ting, aren't you a capable person? Why don't you try opening the door? Cyclamen took a deep breath and placed his hands behind him. Do you think I'm stupid? Your hands are burnt. Am not blind. Wang Ting sniggered. Cyclamen felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He was furious. Every single sentence Wang Ting said seemed to be targeting him. His blood pressure rose continuously. He was about to explode in anger. But I'm not as timid as you. I won't run so far away if I get burnt. Wang Ting mocked him and walked towards the door. Cyclamen wanted to refute, but he decided to shut up after he saw Wang Ting's actions. His gaze flickered, and a sneer appeared at the edge of his lips. Wang Ting stood in front of the door, but he didn't raise his hands. Instead, he observed the crimson patterns. The crimson patterns seemed to be some special flame runes. When one opened the door, the runes would be activated and give off an extremely high temperature that even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to resist. Cyclamen was the best example. No wonder the others who entered the Flaming River world weren't able to get the last legacy. Who could pass this test? Wang Ting was in deep thought. His pupils went back and forth quickly. Wang Ting, try it yourself. What's the use of staring at it? Cyclamen wanted to incite Wang Ting to act, so he mocked him. Is that any of your business? Wang Ting replied calmly. He didn't care that this person was a heaven stage martial warrior. Since they were already at loggerheads, he didn't have to act anymore. Timid fellow. You only know how to hide behind others. Do you think you can get the legacy when you don't even have the guts to try? You must be daydreaming. Cyclamen snorted with a grim expression. Wang Ting wanted to say something, but a thought suddenly entered his mind. Smirking, his pupils twirled in his eyeballs. He said, Who says I don't dare to do it? Pushing the door is easy. You're afraid, but I'm not. I don't have to listen to you anyway. Why should I push just because you ask me to? You can choose whether you want to push or not. If you're not doing it, move. Cyclamen said contemptuously. This place doesn't belong to you. What can you do to me if I don't move? Wang Ting stuck out his tongue. What the? Cyclamen almost flew off the handle. Do you dare to make a bet with me? If I push the door, you'll call me father. Wang Ting took the chance and asked. Cyclamen's face turned green. This bastard wanted him to call him father. He must have a death wish. He felt humiliated. He was getting drowned in anger. You don't dare. Wang Ting said. Forget it, it's normal for a coward like you. All right, I'll take the bet. Cyclamen suddenly gave a sinister smile. However, you have to at least push it to where I pushed it just now. What do you think? Sure. Wang Ting nodded without any hesitation. Cyclamen was stunned. He didn't think that Wang Ting would agree so easily. He was confused and wondered where he got his confidence from. Move away. Don't disturb me when I open the door. Wang Ting waved his hands as if he was chasing some flies away. Veins popped up on Cyclamen's forehead. He was infuriated. He did the same action to Wang Ting in the past, but now Wang Ting was the one doing it to him. Times had changed. Chapter 10:28. Legacy Crystal. Cyclamen was furious. However, he still retreated and gave room to Wang Ting. Stand further away. Don't try a sneak attack, Wang Ting said. Don't be angry, don't be angry? Cyclamen took a few deep breaths and warned himself not to lose his cool. It wouldn't be worth getting angry over this brat. Then, he stepped back with a sneer. He wanted to see how Wang Ting's hands would get crippled by the door. His heaven stage body couldn't withstand it, so Wang Ting's planetary stage body wouldn't be able to either. Wang Ting stretched out his hand after he saw Cyclamen moving back. He pressed his hands against the door and exerted force gradually. Creak, the shrill sound was heard again. A gap slowly appeared between the doors. At the same time, the crimson patterns on the castle lit up. Here it comes? Cyclamen got excited. His gaze was filled with contempt. This brat will die if he doesn't retreat in time. Does he think the door can be opened so easily? How naive. Wang Ting's expression changed. The soul of thousand beasts flame wrapped around his hand in an attempt to resist the crimson patterns. Is he using the divine flame to resist? Cyclamen squinted. He understood Wang Ting's intention. Creak. Wang Ting didn't let go. He exerted more force, and the gap got bigger and bigger. He's opening it? Cyclamen's expression turned gloomy. Was he going to call him father? F***K, really? Cyclamen didn't realize that while the soul of thousand beasts' flame was resisting the crimson patterns, it started flowing along the patterns and spread across the door. Their colors were the same, and Wang Ting only released a wisp of the flame into the crimson pattern. It was almost impossible to detect. Well, if he opens the door, I can take the chance to enter. An evil glint flashed past his eyes when Cyclamen thought about this. Crack! The gap grew bigger. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly stopped pushing. He tilted his body and shot into the castle at the speed of lightning. Cyclamen's expression changed entirely when he saw this scene. He rushed forward quickly. Soon, he realized something awkward. The gap was too small. Wang Ting could pass through the gap with his small frame, but how was he supposed to enter with all his muscles? How? He didn't expect Wang Ting to dash in after opening such a small crack. The scene played out differently than how he had imagined. Ha ha ha, my dear son, your father will be going in first. Wang Ting's laughter resounded from behind the door. Cyclamen's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and wanted to squeeze through. At this moment, Wang Ting retrieved his soul of thousand beasts' flame, and the door shut with a loud bang. Cyclamen's nose smashed against the door. He almost broke his nose bridge. Ah! The series of stimulation almost caused this heaven stage martial warrior to go crazy. He screamed in anger. Wang Ting couldn't hear Sinclamen's roars behind the door, but he could imagine his furious expression. He was able to enter the castle all thanks to the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. When he was teasing Sinclamen, the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame sent him a message. The door of the castle could only be opened with it. This obstacle was created by the owner of Flaming River World. If anyone wanted to enter the hiding spot of the last legacy, he needed to get the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame he left behind first. If not, all would be in vain. No one found the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame after all these years, so naturally, the castle remained undiscovered. Wang Ting had the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. He could have relied on it to open the door completely and easily without much effort. But if he did that, Sinclamen would follow him in. Thus, he put on an act. Everything went as planned. It was very smooth. That bulky and brainless hunk must be thinking too much if he wanted to take advantage of him. After he entered the great hall, balls of flames lit up the walls, lighting up the interior of the castle. These flames were special. They were floating in midair. If they were red in color, people might think that they were ghost fires. Wang Ting looked ahead and saw a long corridor. He activated the Eyes of Essence and walked forward when he didn't detect any hidden trap. He passed through the corridor and arrived at the main lobby of the castle. It was spacious and round. Although extravagant, it was simple and unsophisticated. The flames around it lit the lobby up brightly. After entering, Wang Ting could see the lobby clearly. His gaze shimmered. There was a white ball of light floating in the lobby. Other than that, there was nothing else. Is that the legacy? Wang Ting touched his chin and wondered. To be safe, he used his Eyes of Essence to look at it and confirmed that there weren't any problems. The ball of white light was a dead object. It wasn't a threat. This is the legacy crystal. Round Ball's astonished voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It hadn't spoken much ever since it came to the Flaming River World. This time, however, it couldn't control itself. Legacy crystal? This is a legacy item created by the lifetime experience and knowledge of a formidable warrior. It's similar to the legacy palace left behind by Master Nangong. Round Ball was envious. It exclaimed, "You're so lucky. This must be the legacy of the owner of Flaming River World. This belongs to a universe stage martial warrior. Many people will go crazy over it. I'm not lucky. I have the capability." Wang Ting chuckled. Round Ball rolled its eyes. But it had to admit that Wang Ting didn't rely solely on his luck to reach this far. Many times, he relied on his ability. "How do I use this legacy crystal?" Wang Ting asked. "Use your spiritual power to pull it into your consciousness," Round Ball said. Wang Ting nodded. He released his spiritual power and enveloped the ball of white light with it. Then, he pulled it over. Boom! The ball of white light exploded after reaching his consciousness, turning into numerous memory fragments. Scriptures, battle techniques, secret skills, and other memories floated in his mind. F***K, Round Ball, you tricked me. Wang Ting was appalled. He sat down cross-legged and started digesting the vast amounts of information. I didn't know you would act so quickly." Round Ball came out from the life energy stone and glanced at Wang Ting with guilt. Suddenly, it saw a space ring from the corner of its eyes. It was floating at the spot where the ball of white light was. It gasped and muttered to itself, "Oh my God, his luck is heaven-defying." Chapter 1029 Emergency. The legacy left behind by the owner of Flaming River World was too huge. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Even a heaven stage martial warrior would require a long time to absorb it. Wang Ting should have obtained the legacy crystal and absorbed it slowly. However, Round ball was making things difficult for him. It didn't say it clearly and caused him to absorb the legacy crystal directly into his consciousness, which then caused it to burst and turn into countless memory fragments in his mind. Wang Ting had to absorb them quickly now. If he took too long, the memory fragments that were not absorbed in time would disappear. After all, these memory fragments had no owner and would not exist for long. Fortunately, Wang Ting's spirit was strong and could withstand this huge torrent of memory fragments and absorb them quickly. Even so, it would still take a lot of time. Time passed gradually. Outside Flaming River World, the head of the council and the others were passing time comfortably as the Qi family hosted them. These people represented the different factions of the empire and had high statuses. They would be treated with respect wherever they went. The Qi family was already on a decline. They didn't dare to offend the powerful families and figures from the great Qian planet. 13 days went by in a flash. As time passed, the Qi family monitored Flaming River World more closely. Qi Tiancheng had a Flaming River mirror. It could allow him to see what was going on in Flaming River World. They could only see what was happening on the surface though. Otherwise, Flaming River World would have no secrets and would be scoured by them. But this was enough. They were only monitoring the degree of Flaming River World's collapse. The head of the council and the others gathered again under the fire-tongue tree. Qi Tiancheng tossed the mirror into the air and turned it into a round screen, showing the situation in Flaming River World. He then said calmly, "About 80% of Flaming River World has collapsed. It is faster than what we had expected. Originally, they estimated the destruction to take 15 days or longer. There was even a buffer and there was plenty of time. Now, 80% of Flaming River World had already collapsed on the 13th day. It was a bit too fast. I wonder what happened. Why did the collapse quicken?" the head asked. "A few days ago, the Flaming River suddenly dried up. However, I do not know why." Qi Tiancheng was also puzzled. It was impossible for him to keep an eye on Flaming River World all the time, and the mirror had its limitations too. It could only monitor small areas. The person using it had to adjust it to get the right location. After all, the mirror was owned by Flaming River World's creator. If it was in his hands, he could control it with a thought. Qi Tiancheng was unable to replicate his actions. A universe stage martial warrior's small world was full of wonders. Even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to easily spy on it. That was why Qi Tiancheng didn't know that Wang Ting had obtained the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame, which caused the Flaming River to dry up and bring forward the collapse of the small world. Forget it. A small world is unpredictable. Flaming River World has existed for so long. It's time for it to retire. There was a hint of sadness in the council head's eyes. After all, he was also a universe stage martial warrior. The owner of Flaming River World had fallen for countless years, and now, even the small world that he had left behind had been scoured clean by the later generations, to the point that it was about to collapse. It was heartbreaking. "How much time is left?" Voltaire from the Parkers family frowned and asked. "Based on the speed of collapse, there are at most 5 hours before Flaming River World will cease to exist," Qi Tiancheng calculated and said. "Council head, do we tell them to return immediately?" Voltaire turned and asked. "Send them the message." The head of the council nodded and instructed Qi Tiancheng. Qi Tiancheng had no objections and took out the token. With a thought, he connected it to Wang Ting and Chao Hongta's tokens. In Flaming River World, Chao Hongtu and the others were waiting anxiously outside the volcano. They had to be anxious. Flaming River World was collapsing, and the destruction was slowly creeping towards the center. The surroundings had already plunged into the abyss. Swamps, plains, grasslands. Everything in Flaming River World disintegrated and vanished into the dark abyss. Roar, roar. Not only that, but the star beasts were swarming from all directions. They fell into complete chaos in the face of death. It was a horrifying scene. Countless star beasts roared in despair. They simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the rifts and were torn apart. Blood spewed around and their limbs disappeared into the dimensional rift. There were a few lucky ones that managed to escape and were rushing towards the volcano as if it was their safe haven. Chao Hongtu and the others were horrified by this scene. The star beast riot was not as frightening as the space collapsing. Despite being a heaven stage martial warrior, he couldn't stop it. Damn it, why are they not out yet? Chao Hongtu's face was gloomy as he stared at the pillar of fire in front of him. Anlan stood in the sky with hands behind his back, as if he was admiring the scenery of space collapsing. He was extremely calm. Anfeng and the others were used to it. They stood quietly behind him without uttering a word. No, I have to notify Sinclamen. Chao Hongtu used his watch and sent Sinclamen a message. Underneath the pillar of flame and outside the castle, Sinclamen immediately received the message. His expression changed. Flaming River World has almost collapsed. Why is it so fast? He was hesitant. He looked at the castle in front of him, and a strong sense of unwillingness emerged in his heart. The reason why he was unwilling to leave was that he was waiting for Wang Ting. Once he came out of the castle, he would be able to rob him. Although Wang Ting possessed space talent, he had a high chance to succeed if he struck when Wang Ting opened the door. Of course, there was only one chance. There was no other opportunity if he missed. However, Flaming River World was about to collapse and Wang Ting was still not coming out. Chao Hongtu's desperate urging made him nervous. Let's wait. Let's wait. I don't believe he won't come out. Sinclamen gritted his teeth with a grim expression. His eyes were fixed on the door and he didn't want to move away for one single moment. Time passed again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Sinclamen had already received a dozen messages from Chao Hongtu. The collapse had already reached the group of volcanoes, and the situation was dire. Sinclamen ignored it and waited outside for another hour until the destruction reached the central volcano that they were at. Ah! He finally let out an unwilling roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he took one last glance at the firmly shut door before turning away. Chapter 10:30. Our boss can't pretend anymore _ was that Sinclamen shouting? Right after Sinclamen left, the door of the castle opened a tiny gap and Wang Ting shot out. He scratched his head as he muttered to himself. He was very careful. When he came out, he used a space skill to prevent Sinclamen from sneaking an attack on him. But he soon realized that he was thinking too much. Sinclamen had left. Wang Ting, let's go. The collapse has reached this place, Round Ball said. It saw the message Anlan had sent to Wang Ting. What are you afraid of? The space is just collapsing. We won't die, Wang Ting replied calmly. Round Ball was shocked by Wang Ting's boasting. It turned silent for a moment before it said grimly, Don't joke around. The collapse of this small world is more dangerous than the dimensional rifts in the normal world. A single mistake and you will be sucked in. It's almost impossible to escape if you do. You might possess space talent, but you can't underestimate its destructive power. Oh? Is it that frightening? Wang Ting was stunned. Let's talk after you go out. You can see it for yourself outside, Round Ball said anxiously. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't agree with Round Ball, but he didn't refute it either. Tapping the ground, he jumped into the pillar of fire above him. Sinclamen darted out of the fire pillar above the volcano. The instant he saw the collapsing space outside, he squinted. He was astounded by the image. The power of space had formed a tornado in the emptiness. Everything in its path was churned into dust. It was exceptionally terrifying. At first, he was furious with Chao Hongtu, but when he saw this scene, all his anger disappeared. He was filled with gratitude. He felt fortunate that he came out early. If not, he might have perished here. You're finally out. Chow Hongtu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Sinclamen. He almost panicked. Yes. Sinclamen nodded. Did you get it? Chow Hongtu asked. Sinclamen shook his head with a somber expression. What about Wang Ting? Chow Hongtu asked again. His expression changed slightly. He entered the legacy ground and is still inside. Sinclamen's face turned black when he mentioned Wang Ting. He couldn't control the anger burning in his heart. What? He entered the legacy ground? Chow Hongtu exclaimed in shock. They didn't use voice transmission to communicate, so Enlon heard Chow Hongtu's words. He blinked and appeared surprised. I didn't think he could enter the place. Whether he can get the legacy is another thing. He hasn't come out, so he might have died along with the legacy. Sinclamen snorted. He was in a bad mood. Chow Hongtu wasn't convinced though. He wanted to say that this was just one possibility. The other was that Wang Ting would come out safely with the legacy. Crack. At this moment they heard a crisp sound coming from the space around them. Something seemed to be cracking. Everyone's expression changed. They raised their heads and saw tiny pitch-black cracks appearing in the air above them and spreading out like spiderwebs. They filled up the air, looking ghastly. Damn it, the space is collapsing around us. We need to leave quickly. Sinclamen shouted in fear. But my daughter is still in Wang Ting's hands. Chow Hongtu hesitated at the crucial moment. Sinclamen almost raged. Who was the one urging him some time ago? Now that he was out, Chow Hongtu started to worry about his daughter and didn't want to leave. Was he disregarding him? Once the space collapses, you won't be able to leave even with the token. Think about it carefully. Sinclamen sneered. Chow Hongtu was in a dilemma. Wang Ting has the token. If he comes out, hell, bring your daughter along. If he doesn't, your daughter has no chance either. It's useless to wait here, Sinclamen continued. Alright, let's go. Chow Hongtu finally made his decision. He took out his token immediately and activated it. A ray of light shot out from the token, and a glowing door appeared in the sky. It seemed a little fragile with all the space tumbling around it. Go! Chow Hongtu almost got a shock when he saw this scene. He shouted in a hurry. Sinclamen and the others were appalled too. They charged towards the door without any hesitation. Swoosh! 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 They entered the glowing door at the speed of light. Chow Wu was a little hesitant, but he could only sigh in the face of this life-or-death situation. Then, he disappeared through the door. Enlon and the others saw the glowing door distorting before it disappeared. They started to get worried. What should we do? There isn't enough time and Wang Ting still isn't out, a mecha martial warrior finally asked. He couldn't control his composure anymore. It's useless to worry. The token is with Wang Ting. We can only wait for him to come out, Enlon replied helplessly. At this moment, a peal of faint laughter was heard from the pillar of fire behind them. Enlon and the others turned around in surprise. They saw a figure leaping out from the pillar of fire with another person in his hand. They were Wang Ting and Chow Jiaojiao. Wang Ting purposely took Chow Jiaojiao out of his space fragment and hid in the pillar of fire to watch this good show. Chow Jiaojiao felt numb, her gaze gloomy. She seemed to have suffered a huge blow and was having a breakdown. Chow Hongtu did the right thing, but as the person involved, she felt abandoned. You're finally willing to come out. Enlon was overjoyed. He rushed over and shouted, Quick, let's go. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. The other three mechas. Our boss can't pretend anymore? Indeed, this is his true face. Wang Ting saw Enlon putting on an act just now, so when he saw his scared expression, his gaze turned strange. Don't be impatient, we're not done yet. Wang Ting glanced at the collapsing space around them. He could see countless attribute bubbles ripe for picking. There were so many of them with no end. This small world was able to drop these many attribute bubbles. It was unbelievable. Nothing is more important than our lives. The space is collapsing. If we don't leave, we'll die. I can't resist the terrifying power of space. Don't rely on me, Anlan said agitatedly. Don't worry. I have my own way. Wang Ting ignored him and started picking up the attribute bubbles happily. His spiritual power turned into numerous thin strings with a hint of space power in them. They started to spread out and stick to the attribute bubbles, pulling them in. Chapter 1031. Work harder and ill be able to kill a high-level Cosmos stage martial warrior. Space *20 space *50 space fragment *100 space *30 space *80 space fragment *60 constellation force, fire, *1200 constellation force, fire, *2000 blank attribute *5000 space fragment *150 numerous attribute bubbles swarmed toward Wang Ting and merged with his body. He was elated. There were so many of them. It was impossible to count them. He never expected the collapse of this small world to give him so many goodies. Besides space attributes, there were constellation fire force and blank attribute. The star beasts in Flaming River World were annihilated by the space power, but the attribute bubbles they dropped hadn't disappeared completely. Wang Ting got the most benefits. Numerous constellation fire force attributes flowed into Wang Ting's body. They turned into his cultivation and pushed his stage forward gradually. He had already reached the 3rd level of the celestial stage, but his cultivation was skyrocketing now. 4th level celestial stage. 5th level celestial stage. 6th level celestial stage. Not only that, the space attributes turned into space power in his body and roamed around. It was a mystical power that was slightly gray and muddy in color. As it merged into Wang Ting's body, it formed a cocoon of light around him, enveloping him inside. This situation had never happened before, but it did now. It was because Wang Ting had absorbed too much space power. Anlan was beside him and noticed Wang Ting's change immediately. This is the power of space. Anlan was bewildered. Astonishment filled up his heart. He was also a little confused. What's going on? What just happened? He wanted to persuade Wang Ting to hurry, but this happened. What thick space power! How is he so lucky? Anlan didn't know how to describe his emotions. He could only gasp in shock. There was thick space power gathered around Wang Ting. He must possess the space talent. Space talent was extremely rare. Anyone with this talent was the cream of the crop. Also, Wang Ting gained this enlightenment after looking at the collapsing world. His comprehension ability was incredibly high. Wang Ting's image rose tremendously in his heart. Even as a heaven stage martial warrior, he was awestruck. No wonder he's so confident. With space talent, he will be able to keep us safe even if the small world collapses, Anlan muttered to himself. Boss, Mr. Wang Ting is extraordinary, the other 3 mechas gasped in astonishment. Very extraordinary, Anlan exclaimed. He knew Wang Ting's real identity. He was a triple field grandmaster. This was scary enough. Additionally, he had high martial arts and rare space talent. Was he even a human? Round Ball, who was in the life energy stone, was so dumbstruck that it lost its voice for a long time. It thought that Wang Ting's space talent was powerful, but from the looks of it, it had underestimated him. The space power had turned into a cocoon of light around him. This was appalling. This meant that the space collapse wouldn't affect him. Wang Ting didn't know what the others were thinking. He was immersed in his own transformation. More and more space power surged into his body, changing his cells such that they got more and more connected to space. At the same time, the space fragment in his mind expanded. It grew from 10,000 to 20,000 square meters and was still going strong. Chao Jiao was thrown back into the space fragment. She forgot where she was and stared at the vibrating ground in astonishment. Then, the ground started expanding into the distance without stopping. What's going on? Chow Jiaojiao swallowed her saliva absent-mindedly. She started to find Wang Ting even more mysterious, feeling that she couldn't understand him anymore. He was shrouded in a ball of mist. The Chow family shouldn't have made him their enemy. Chow Jiaojiao gave a bitter smile. Time passed. The space around them had collapsed and swallowed the volcano in the center. Anlan stared at the disintegrating volcano below him. He was astounded. Fear welled up in his heart. Suddenly, faint space fluctuations started spreading out from the light cocoon around Wang Ting. They created an invisible shield around everyone. The berserk space power around them gradually calmed down. They were protected from all the harm. Anlan and the others felt their fear disappearing. They let out a long sigh and glanced at one another. They could still feel the lingering creep. Nonetheless, they finally believed that Wang Ting had the ability to protect them. Hence, they sat down cross-legged around Wang Ting and protected the light cocoon in the center. Anlan didn't treat Wang Ting as his employer anymore. This time, he honestly wanted to befriend him. Befriend him as a heaven stage martial warrior. Wang Ting was worth it. After a seemingly long time, the cocoon of light started to dim. Wang Ting's figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. He's awake. Anlan and the others looked at him happily. Wang Ting opened his eyes. A queer rune flashed in them. This was a display of space power. The edge of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. Huge gain. This was a huge gain. If he were to say his greatest gain this time, Wang Ting felt that it wasn't the soul of Thousand Beasts Flame or the legacy of Flaming River World. Instead, it was the rise in his space talent and the expansion of his space fragment. Of course, the soul of Thousand Beasts Flame and the legacy were amazing, but in comparison, the last two items were more important. Space Physique 15250/300000, 3rd rank Space Fragment 105600/10000000. Wang Ting's space physique rose by 2 ranks, jumping from the 1st to the 3rd rank. This was a huge leap. Space physique had different ranks too. 3rd rank space physique allowed Wang Ting to control space power easily. He had the same level of understanding and grasp as a universe stage martial warrior. If Wang Ting learned more commonly used space battle techniques, he could resist a Cosmos stage martial warrior with his current strength and even kill him. The only space battle technique he had was the space tornado. However, it required a lot of energy and force. If he executed it, it could be a threat to heaven stage martial warriors. At the same time, his body would bear huge pressure. He would easily be at a disadvantage, so Wang Ting wouldn't use this skill unless necessary. You could say that the rise in space talent finally allowed him to have the ability to stand firm in the universe. Chao Hongtu wouldn't be able to harm him easily if he went out now. Wang Ting had the confidence to fight them face to face. As for the size of the space fragment, it had increased to more than 105,000 square meters. This was many times bigger than before. Although it was nothing compared to Flaming River World, it was big enough for him. He could store many things inside, including a universe spacecraft. Also, Wang Ting's Constellation Fire Force had reached the 7th level celestial stage. Constellation Fire Force 3500/70,000 celestial stage 7th level. Before he entered Flaming River World, his Constellation Fire Force was at the 9th level planetary stage. Now it had reached the 7th level celestial stage. This increase was unimaginable. No one would believe him if he told them. Chao Hongtu thought that he was still a planetary stage martial warrior. He didn't know his incredible gains. Wang Ting had surpassed all their expectations. 7th level celestial stage ability with space talent was enough to kill a 5th level cosmos stage martial warrior easily. If he worked harder, He could kill a high-level Cosmos stage martial warrior too. As for the blank attributes, blank attribute, 886,500. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He had more than 880,000 blank attribute. The blank attributes came at the right time since he needed to learn some space technique. He calmed himself down before turning to look at Enlon. Let's go. We should leave now. They must be panicking. Ha ha ha, Chao Hongtu probably thinks you're dead. Enlon gloated as he laughed. Chapter 1032. Y'all ran really fast under the fire tongue tree. Amid a flash of light, a few figures stepped out of the tree hole. They're out, Qi Tianqing said hurriedly. He was elated. He knew that the participants of this trial were special. It wouldn't be a good thing if they died in Flaming River World. Thus, he was happy to see them return safely. The head of the chamber saw them too. The spectators realized that Chao Hongtu and his team had returned, but Wang Ting's group was nowhere in sight. Are y'all the only ones who came out? The head of the chamber asked. Junior brother Wang Ting is still in Flaming River World. Chao Hongtu shook his head and revealed a perfect amount of sadness. He was putting on an act in front of others again, pretending to be a good senior brother. Sinclamen snorted in contempt in his heart when he saw his response. Superficial. Fake. He couldn't stand this man. Chao Wu pretended that he didn't see anything. He was still immersed in the guilt of abandoning Chao Jiaojiao. He didn't have a good relationship with his siblings since every one of them had different viewpoints and interests, but they were still blood-related. He wasn't a heartless man. Let's wait a while longer, the head of the chamber suggested. The flaming river mirror above them turned blurry and exploded with a bang. The image shown in the mirror also disappeared. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Flaming River World has collapsed. The flaming river mirror is useless, and we can't see the situation inside anymore. I'm afraid the possibility of their survival is grim. Qi Tianqing's pupils constricted as he spoke in a dismal tone. The head of the chamber was a universe stage martial warrior. He had been through many situations, so his composure was well trained. He quickly reacted and nodded in agreement. Everyone started discussing in low voices. However, since the head hadn't spoken, they continued waiting in place. After all, no one knew the result until the last moment. How is it? Voltaire asked Sinclamen through voice transmission. That fellow entered the location of the final legacy. He hadn't come out when I left, Sinclamen reported truthfully. That means he still has a chance to come out. Voltaire frowned. The legacy of a universe stage martial warrior isn't easy to get. That fellow is just a planetary stage martial warrior who overestimated his own ability. He probably has no chance of leaving the small world. Sinclamen snorted. While they were talking, the glow within the tree hole distorted before dissipating. The entrance to the flaming river world had disappeared. There was a huge commotion. This time there was no hope. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen were elated. They exchanged glances with each other and saw an inconspicuous smile at the corner of each other's lips. This was the best ending. Was that bastard finally dead? They hated Wang Ting to the core, so they wished that he could drop dead. Thus, when they saw this scene, they wanted to scream to vent the frustration and anger in their hearts. But when Sinclamen remembered the two divine flames Wang Ting had, he felt his heart breaking. Those were divine flames, and there were two. It was a pity that they were gone. Sinclamen felt his heart throbbing as if he had lost a few billion. It was all that brat's fault. He would rather die than pass him the divine flames. The divine flames would vanish along with the small world. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Chao Hongtu heaved a sigh of relief. They hadn't completed most of the missions for this trial. If Wang Ting was here, he might lose. The good thing was, Wang Ting died in Flaming River World, making him the winner by default. Ha ha! If the situation allowed him to, He wanted to laugh. He was the final winner. No one could take the title away from him. Wang Ting was just a planetary stage martial warrior. He was seeking death when he decided to fight with him. The other members of the chamber sighed. No one expected the trial to end in this manner. The young man who dared to challenge a heaven stage martial warrior still lost in the end. Although many members of the chamber looked down on Wang Ting, who had no background, they admired his courage. Well, at least he was a brave country bumpkin. The head of the chamber stood up with his forever calm expression. No one could tell what he was thinking. Maybe he didn't care about this planetary stage martial warrior either. Head, Chao Hongtu is the winner of this trial, right? Chao Hongtu stood up and said after bowing. A sharp glint flashed past Chao Hongtu's eyes. Ambition was growing in his heart. The Baron's title belonged to him. Finally, no one could threaten him now. He looked at the head of the chamber with burning eyes, waiting for this elder to say the final verdict. He had waited too many years for this result. To him, every single second was torture. He might be a heaven stage martial warrior, but he had a hard time controlling the agitation in his heart. He wished he could pry open the elder's mouth and force him to speak. Unfortunately, he didn't have the gut. Since the result is out, the elder's calm voice finally resounded. Suddenly, he stopped, staring at the tree hole. The tree hole was shimmering. The space in the hole started to distort and the vanished door appeared again. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen were flabbergasted. They were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? Bewilderment overwhelmed their hearts. They couldn't accept the truth and stared intently at the space door. Their gazes were sinister. The calmness and pretense a second ago were gone. None of them wished to see Wang Ting's figure. However, at this stage they had no say over anything. A few figures stepped out from the light. The person leading the way was wearing a battle uniform. He stood up straight and had a calm smile on his face. He was Wang Ting. The mecha martial warriors followed closely behind him like his guards. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen's expressions turned ugly. They almost went mad. They nearly jumped in joy when they thought Wang Ting had died in Flaming River World. Yet, he was standing right in front of them now. This was a tight slap in their faces. Why isn't he dead? Chao Hongtu's eyes were bloodshot. He almost went out of control. The Baron's title flew away the moment it touched his hands. His title was gone. After a moment of daze, the members of the chamber were dumbfounded. Some started to gloat, looking back and forth between Chao Hongtu and Wang Ting. This was an exceptionally interesting scene. Hey, everyone is here. Wang Ting stepped out of the door and greeted everyone after looking around. Then, he paused and focused on Chao Hongtu. He chuckled. Senior brother Chao, Sir Sinclamen, y'all ran really fast. You guys disappeared before I came out from the legacy location. I thought something happened to you. Chao Hongtu. Sinclamen. Chapter 1033. This is too much. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen were infuriated. What did he mean by that? He made them sound like cowards who were afraid of death. He was ruining their reputation. The others didn't think much at first since they wouldn't dare to stay in Flaming River World when it was collapsing either. It was understandable that Chao Hongtu and his team came out first. Moreover, they exited it just before the world collapsed. However, after hearing Wang Ting's words, everyone started to think differently. These two heaven stage martial warriors weren't as calm as a planetary stage martial warrior. They ran away while Wang Ting came out almost at the last second. This comparison portrayed the difference between them. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen's faces turned black when they noticed everyone's gazes. Wang Ting ignored them with a smile. He turned to look at the head of the chamber and bowed. Head, I've completed all 3 missions. All 3 missions? Everyone was stunned. Wait, he said that he entered the legacy location, right? That's right. That's what he said. By completing the 3 missions, it means that he's gotten the legacy? There was a commotion. Everyone was shocked by Wang Ting's words. The last legacy had remained untouched for many years, yet Wang Ting managed to get it. Was he telling the truth? Some people noticed Chao Hongtu and Sin Clemen's expressions and had their answers. Qi Tiancheng was dumbstruck. He stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. Did this young man receive the final legacy from their ancestor? They had tried multiple times but failed. Many talents before him failed to get it too. How did he succeed? Even the head of the chamber was stunned. He confirmed. Oh? Did you really get it? Wang Ting smiled. A fire pattern appeared on his forehead. This fire pattern was formed after he absorbed the legacy crystal into his body. Normally, legacies left behind would have their own mark. This was a symbol of identity. Indeed, this is the mark of the Flaming River legacy. The head nodded. Qi Tiancheng recognized the mark instantly. The little hope left in his heart vanished. Wang Ting got the legacy. This was an undeniable truth. Sin Clemen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't get the divine flames nor the legacy. Immense frustration and exasperation were devouring him. The legacy mark on Wang Ting's forehead couldn't be fake. Thus, no one questioned him. Wang Ting received the legacy, so he was most likely the final winner unless Chao Hongtu finished the other 2 missions. That was the only way he could fight with Wang Ting. However, Chao Hongtu wasn't confident. His brows were locked in a tight frown. Wang Ting smirked. He didn't want to end it like this, so he blinked and took out the Flaming River crystals and the fire-black toads from his space ring. Boom! With a dull thud, a heap of fire-black toad corpses and flaming red crystals appeared on the ground. They piled up beside the crowd like 2 small hills. Everyone was bewildered. These are the Flaming River crystals I dug up and the fire-black toads I killed. There are more than 50,000 kilograms of Flaming River crystals and more than 2,000 fire-black toads, Wang Ting said calmly. Silence. Goodness! There was silence for a moment. Then gasps resounded all around. The crowd was thunderstruck. 50,000 kilograms of Flaming River crystals. 2,000 fire-black toads. To top it all off, most of them were mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts. How did Wang Ting do it? No one dared to say that they could achieve the same results if they entered Flaming River World. Mind you, the resources in Flaming River World had depleted greatly over the years, especially the Flaming River crystals. Even though the majority of them had been dug up, he still managed to find 50,000 kilograms. This was unbelievable. Qi Tiancheng understood the situation of the Flaming River crystals the most. When he saw this scene, he wondered if Wang Ting bought numerous Flaming River crystals before he entered the small world and took them out to add to his tally. But after thinking about it carefully, this was impossible. Flaming River crystals were the specialty product of Flaming River World. It was hard to find them outside, so he wouldn't be able to gather 50,000 kilograms of them. Thus, it was highly likely that Wang Ting excavated them from Flaming River World. Was he a mole? Qi Tiancheng started complaining in his heart. If Wang Ting knew what he was thinking, he might spit saliva on his face. To hell with being a mole. Was he wrong to collect more Flaming River crystals? Fortunately, he couldn't read Qi Tiancheng's mind. Wang Ting turned to Chao Hongtu and reminded him sincerely, "Senior brother Chao, what about you? Why don't you take yours out for us to count?" Chao Hongtu's face turned green. What an evil fellow. He won, yet he still wanted to trample his ego. It was obvious that he wanted to embarrass him. No need. I admit defeat. Chao Hongtu had no choice but to swallow his frustration. He recalled how proud and confident he was when he entered Flaming River World. He felt bitter. He had nothing left. He lost. He lost entirely. Ashamed, Chao Hongtu almost fainted. He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. No one expected Chao Hongtu to admit defeat so quickly. They were surprised. After all, this would affect who got the Baron's title. Chao Hongtu had been working hard and scheming for this title for numerous decades. Would he be willing to admit defeat now? No one would understand Chao Hongtu's unwillingness. However, he didn't have a choice. The result was final. He had no chance of turning the tides. Senior brother, why did you admit defeat? We haven't compared our spoils yet, Wang Ting asked in a puzzled tone. Everyone, even Chao Hongtu, couldn't control his anger this time. He glared at Wang Ting as he was burning with fury. He had given up pretending. Everyone had a new understanding of how evil Wang Ting was. He perfectly showed how to slap someone in the face in public. Wang Ting, don't go overboard, Chao Hongtu shouted. Did I? I just feel that it's a pity if you admit defeat before comparing. What if you perform better for the first 2 missions? After all, your team had 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors. If you put in the effort, you can win, Wang Ting said. Chao Hongtu froze. He didn't know what to say. His face assuming the hue of green, his gaze turned sharp. Everyone finally realized that Cyclamen had entered Flaming River World with Chao Hongtu too. That meant that Wang Ting won against 2 Heaven Stage martial warriors. Was he too strong, or were Chao Hongtu and Cyclamen too weak? Everyone stared at Cyclamen and Chao Hongtu strangely. This is too much. Cyclamen's face turned hideous when he saw those gazes. He was so angry his body started trembling. Chapter 1034. If anyone dared to offend him, he would get rid of all of them. Tisk tsk, this Wang Ting is not a weakling. Chao Hongtu and Cyclamen will probably die of anger. Someone who dares to compete for the title alone is not a simple person. He's a bit evil. With that character, only a few of our juniors can compare to him. Hee, that's true. This young fellow is really interesting. When he becomes a baron, we can let our youngsters get together. The members of the noble family consultation chamber talked amongst each other. After all, they were not the ones affected. Although they lowered their voices, everyone present was powerful martial warriors. They could hear all the chatter. That was why Cyclamen and Chao Hongtu's faces became gloomier. However, they were helpless and depressed. In particular, these noble families saw Wang Ting in another light, and they didn't prevent their younger generations from interacting with him. Perhaps to them, the title of the Baron was enough of a qualification to interact with them. Of course, they were optimistic about Wang Ting. After all, he was young and dared to confront a Heaven Stage martial warrior. This wasn't something anyone could do. All right. The head of the council waved his hand and said, "This is the end of the trial. Wang Ting has won." "Thank you, sir." Since the head of the council had spoken, Wang Ting accepted it readily and didn't provoke Chao Hongtu and Cyclamen any longer. "You don't have to thank me. This is the result of your own efforts," the head of the council spoke calmly. "It's over. Everyone, follow me back to Great Qian Planet." "Yes," the crowd responded. Wang Ting bowed to the council head. He then kept away the fire-black toads and flaming river crystals. These were the harvests of his trip and were of great benefit to Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. They couldn't be wasted. "Mr. Qi, our business is over. Well, leave soon," the head of the council said to Qi Tianqing. "Understood. I'll send off council head and everyone." Qi Tianqing nodded. He then personally sent everyone outside the Qi family's residence and watched them board the Rune Energy flying cars that were parked at the dock. Wang Ting also followed everyone and boarded the flying car. Qi Tianqing looked at Wang Ting. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, it turned into a sigh. He had obtained the legacy, and it didn't have anything to do with the Qi family. Wang Ting and the others left the residence and went straight to the docks. They then boarded the spacecraft and headed back to Great Chien Planet. Everything was the same as when they came. There was no disturbance. However, everyone knew that when they returned to the Great Chien Planet, there would be an uproar in the upper circles of the Empire. The Empire has not had a new noble for many years. Although the Baron title was a legacy left by an old noble, it was going to a new person. He wasn't a descendant of any family and a renowned and established martial warrior from the Empire either. The inheritor was just someone from an underdeveloped planet, and he was a planetary stage martial warrior. If this was in the past, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the title. Yet Wang Ting managed to do it. He defeated the Heaven Stage martial warrior Chao Hongtu fair and square and obtained the title. No one could question it. That was why once the results spread on the Great Chien Planet, it would definitely surprise everyone. The day when Wang Ting inherited the title of Baron, it would be an extremely rare event. At this moment on the spacecraft, Sinclamen and Voltaire from the Parker's family and Chao Hongtu were gathered in a spacious and luxurious room. Sinclamen was talking about the encounters in Flaming River World. What? 2 divine flames? Voltaire's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. If it wasn't for Sinclamen and Chao Hongtu's repeated assurances, he wouldn't have believed it. This was truly unbelievable. A divine flame was already rare. Wang Ting actually had 2 of them, and one of them was even discovered in Flaming River World. Voltaire wanted to strangle Sinclamen. He was so useless. 2 heaven stage martial warriors couldn't compete with a planetary stage martial warrior. What did he need them for? The 2 of you are useless. Voltaire's eyes were red as he lambasted them. Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen had nasty expressions. However, they didn't dare to refute Voltaire. This was because his status in the Parkers was special. He was the family head successor, and he had the potential to reach the universe stage. That brat actually has 2 divine flames. We must let the elders know and let them come forward. Voltaire took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. However, we will have to wait. After all, he has just inherited the title. If we act too soon, there will undoubtedly be contempt towards the Empire. Sinclamen and Chao Hongtu also knew that this was the only way forward and nodded. The atmosphere in the room became depressing. There's one more thing, Sinclamen said. Tell me everything at once, Voltaire said coldly. That bastard possesses space talent. Space talent. Voltaire was stunned again. How is it possible that he has space talent? Chao Hongtu was also shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, do you think he could survive in my hands? Sinclamen said. Voltaire and Chao Hongtu found it hard to believe, but they had to admit Sinclamen made sense. A planetary stage martial warrior, who could make a heaven stage martial warrior yield to him repeatedly was indeed abnormal. He wouldn't have been able to do it if he didn't have a trump card. We have to get rid of that brat. His threat is much bigger than Nangong Yu back then. He will definitely be a threat to us when the time comes, Voltaire said in a cold voice. On the other side, Wang Ting was in his room counting his loot. He didn't know what Chao Hongtu and the others were doing, but he could guess that after what had happened, they would be thinking of ways to target him. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity in Flaming River World to kill Chao Hongtu and Sinclamen. However, there was the legacy of Flaming River World owner and the attribute bubbles. There was no time for him to pay attention to them. So he had to let them off this time round. They were already at each other's throats, and it was impossible for them to ease the tension between them. It didn't matter whether they knew about his talent. Besides, if he killed Sinclamen, the Parkers wouldn't have let him off either. It was all the same. The most important thing was for him to improve himself. Now, his space talent could threaten heaven stage martial warriors. He could protect himself and gain a footing in the Great Qian Empire. He didn't have to worry about being their target. If they gave him time to develop, he wouldn't fear the Parker's family. If anyone dared to offend him, he would get rid of all of them. Chapter 1035 The Inheritance of the Flaming River Martial Warrior. A huge treasure. 1. In the Universe spacecraft. In the room, Wang Ting fiddled with the ring that had complex fire patterns on its surface. He studied them carefully and asked, "Is this the space ring left by the owner of Flaming River World?" "I think so. It was embedded in the Legacy Stone and only appeared after you absorbed the Legacy Stone." Round Ball nodded and touched its chin after it came out from the Life Energy Stone. "Let's see what's inside." Wang Ting sent his spirit into the space ring with a glimmer in his eyes. Round Ball waited patiently at the side, staring at Wang Ting without moving. After some time, Wang Ting's spirit came out from the space ring. His eyes were shining with glee. "How is it?" Round Ball asked hurriedly. "There's a lot of good stuff," Wang Ting exclaimed. F***K, I know that there are many good things. This is the space ring left by a Universe Stage Martial Warrior. Quick, what items are there? Round Ball shot back. When it followed Nangong Yu, it mostly met Cosmos Stage Martial Warriors. It had never seen the treasures of a Universe Stage Martial Warrior. However, after following Wang Ting, who came from a backward planet, it managed to see a Universe Stage Martial Warrior's spatial ring. It hadn't been long since it followed Wang Ting, so this was unimaginable. It was filled with curiosity. This was the inheritance of a Universe Stage Martial Warrior. Left outside, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and bloodbath. Wang Ting took out a small box and opened it. There was a fiery red bank card inside. The special symbol of the Flaming River Martial Warrior was printed on it. A bank card from Universe Bank? Round Ball immediately recognized the card. It widened its eyes and exclaimed, "What's more, this is an exclusive bank card." That's right. Based on the will of the Flaming River Martial Warrior, there seems to be a huge wealth inside. Wang Ting nodded. "Quick, check how much there is." Round Ball was going crazy. A Universe Stage Martial Warrior definitely had his pockets full. It was dying to know the exact content. "Log in and check the account yourself." Wang Ting threw the card at it calmly. Round Ball caught it hurriedly. This bank card was made from a special material. Cosmos Stage Martial Warriors wouldn't be able to damage it, but it was still nervous because there was a huge sum of money inside. This wasn't an ordinary card. Quickly logged in to the virtual internet page of Universe Bank to check the bank card. "Dear 5-star client, greetings. Your account balance is 288900, a female voice was heard. It wasn't a dead robotic voice. Instead, it was a mesmerizing lattice voice that was pleasant and elegant. It could melt people's hearts. Only high-level clients of Universe Bank could enjoy this privilege. They could customize the voice according to their taste. Wang Ting didn't think that the owner of Flaming River World was this kind of person. Did he like young ladies? Cough. I'm focusing on the wrong thing. Let's go back. Wang Ting turned his head when he heard the string of numbers and the number of zeros behind them. He was appalled. He knew that the amount inside the bank card was big since the owner of Flaming River World placed it specially in a box. However, the number still exceeded his expectations. 28.89 trillion. Yes, 28.89 trillion. Wang Ting almost sold the lightning essence insect he found inside his stone for 4 trillion GQC when he was rock gambling. At that time, he felt that it was a huge sum, but it wasn't even 1/7 of the balance on the card. Besides, that was in GQC. This sum was in universe coins, you see. What was you see? Universe coins were used universally. Its value was only slightly higher than the GQC because the Great Qian Empire was already a high-tier civilization. It was at the top of the pyramid when compared to the other powerful factions in the universe, so the value of its currency was similar to the value of the universal currency. In summary, Wang Ting got extremely rich overnight. Round Ball took a deep breath. It felt an upsurge of emotions. It was an intelligent life form, but it had never seen this much money. There were many treasures in the Nangong family's vault, but this universe-stage martial warrior's wealth could give them a run for their money. Wang Ting accumulated such wealth even before he got the Baron's title. Round Ball felt that it had been wasting its life. It couldn't compare with Wang Ting. It didn't dare to either. This is a 5-star bank card. You can get many privileges from it. You can bind it to your name, Round Ball reminded Wang Ting after calming down. Alright, I'll leave it to you, Wang Ting said. Round Ball rolled its eyes. It never got a share of good things, yet it was always doing the hard work. Wang Ting was relaxed. This was the benefit of having an intelligent life form. It could solve any problem. It was convenient and dependable. Very soon, with Round Ball's help, Wang Ting bound his name to the bank card and became a 5-star client of Universe Bank. He was a person with many privileges now. Universe Bank's bank cards were differentiated by the number of stars, going from 1 to 9 stars. The greater the number of stars, the better the privileges. 5 stars was already a high level. Only Universe-stage martial warriors could reach this level. The unnamed bank card Nangong you left behind was good, but it was only a 3-star card. Actually, this is nothing, Wang Ting said. This is nothing? Wait, is there something incredible in the space ring? Round Ball asked. You look like a bumpkin. Wang Ting glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1036, The Inheritance of the Flaming Martial Warrior. A huge treasure. 2. What the Round Ball never thought that Wang Ting would look down on it one day. It was in a bad mood. In the past, it was always the one looking down on Wang Ting. Now, the tides had turned. But it couldn't do anything. It realized that ever since Wang Ting stepped onto the big stage, he progressed at an unimaginable speed. It couldn't view him like how it did in the past, or it would embarrass itself. It twirled its pupils and gave a cheeky expression as it said, Come on, take it out. Please fulfill this bumpkin's wish, and let me broaden my horizons. Wang Ting was rendered speechless. He gave it a strange look. Round Ball was shameless and had no ego. But he had to admit that he felt refreshed when he saw it lowering its back. This fellow was so arrogant at the start. It probably felt that it was Wang Ting's honor to have an intelligent life form like it serving him. Hence, Wang Ting took out a blade. It was entirely red, and there were countless runes carved on the surface. They were complex and mysterious. A thick aura of origin spread out, releasing powerful vibrations in the air. A universe-level weapon! Round Ball exclaimed in shock. Universe-level weapons were extraordinary. The runes carved on them weren't ordinary. They were origin runes closely related to the origin of the universe. Not all blacksmiths could forge these weapons. Even Wang Ting wouldn't be able to forge a universe-level weapon with his current mastery. This was why Round Ball was astounded. Universe-level weapons were exceptionally expensive. Some were even priceless. Every universe-level weapon was precious. A universe-level weapon was more expensive than the price of 100 life planet. Wang Ting recalled that when he left Earth, he couldn't even afford to buy a life planet. Now, a single item in his hand was worth so much. He felt emotional. There are many similar weapons like this in the space ring, Wang Ting said with a smile. Many similar weapons? Oh my God, as expected of a universe-stage martial warrior. He's rich. Round Ball shouted in disbelief. Wang Ting took out a few other weapons. There were boxing gloves, swords, shields. There were more than 10 weapons and all of them were giving off the aura of origin. They were all universe-level weapons. F***K, F***K, F***K. Round Ball cursed 3 times consecutively. It was dumbfounded. These universe-level weapons were worth as much as a galaxy. What kind of concept was this? There were more than 10,000 life planets in a galaxy. Their combined price was an astonishing number. However, these weapons were worth more than them. It was hard to believe. Wang Ting's gaze landed on one of the weapons, a silver-white long spear that gave off a strange chill. It had the ice element. The blade was of the fire element, but not all the weapons were the same. There were other elements too. It was obvious that the Flaming River martial warrior didn't use all these weapons. Some were probably his battle trophies. As a famous and experienced universe stage martial warrior, it was pretty normal. Ice element weapons were rare and expensive. Wang Ting possessed the ice element, so he could use this weapon. However, his ice force had not advanced to the planetary stage. It was lagging a little far behind. He touched his chin. When he had the chance, he would have to raise his ice force. Besides the ice element, he could use other element weapons too. After all, he was an all-rounder. The low-class weapons he used in the past could be thrown away. Anyway, he was a celestial stage martial warrior. If he used universe-level weapons, would other people try to snatch it from him out of greed? Good stuff, this is all good stuff. Round Ball was still in awe. It caressed the weapons as if they were precious treasures. Alright, let's look at other things. Wang Ting kept the weapon. He was afraid it would provoke hysteria in this oddball. Round Ball wanted to continue, but it knew that its actions were too exaggerated. It coughed awkwardly and restrained its longing gaze. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart as he took out another item. This was dark red battle armor. There were beautiful fire and cloud patterns on the surface with numerous mysterious runes wrapped around them. It gave off a dense aura of fire origin. From afar, it looked like a ball of flame burning furiously. This was universe-level battle armor. Gasp! Round Ball was staggered. A universe-level armor. A complete set of universe-level battle armor. This was scary. The Flaming River martial warrior even left his armor behind, Round Ball said in a hoarse voice. Yes, this came as a surprise. Wang Ting nodded. He sized up the armor and continued, however, this Flaming River martial warrior seems to like attention. Yes, a little. Round Ball understood him and sized up the armor with a strange expression. The image of this universe stage martial warrior has collapsed in my heart. That's not important. What else is there? Round Ball asked. Wang Ting glanced through the space ring and a few other items appeared in front of him. They were all sealed in jade boxes. There were runes carved at the top, shimmering brightly. He opened one of the jade boxes. The instant he opened a crack, green light blossomed out of the box, along with a strong fragrance. It was mesmerizing. There was a thick aura of vitality as well. Just the smell alone made them invigorated. It felt as if the cells in their body were nourished and their quality of life leaped a few times. The muscles and bones felt like transforming too. It felt amazing. Bang! Wang Ting reacted instantly and closed the jade box. Sigh. He gave a long sigh and looked at Round Ball. Did I see wrong? Round Ball swallowed its saliva and asked. No, it's that thing. Wang Ting nodded. They barely caught a glimpse of it, but with his knowledge and the strong vitality they felt a moment ago, he knew that he was right. Vitality Jade Qingji. They said the name of the herb in the box simultaneously. The astonishment in their voices was apparent. I didn't expect it to be this, Round Ball said in disbelief. The Vitality Qingji was an extremely rare divine herb. It contained a vast amount of vitality. No matter how seriously injured a universe stage martial warrior was, he could recover immediately with this herb. This was like a second life for universe stage martial warriors. Of course, if one died naturally of old age, the Vitality Qingji wouldn't be able to save one's life. This might be why the Flaming River martial warrior left it behind. Wang Ting was elated. He kept it carefully. I wonder what the other jade boxes have? Round Ball said. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The first jade box contained a rare herb. The other boxes should have extraordinary items too. He opened them and started calling out their names as if he was familiar with the items. Spiritual marrow fruit, crimson light plant. These are all rare herbs. They're the main ingredients for powerful spiritual dawn, Wang Ting muttered to himself. As a Dan Grandmaster, he knew how precious these spiritual herbs were. If Grandmaster Hua Yuan and others saw these spiritual herbs, they might get envious. Keep them. This is such a worthwhile trip. Not only did you get a divine flame, but you also got the legacy of the Flaming River martial warrior. Not only that, you have the space ring he left behind. Normally, these space rings are given to their descendant. You're extremely lucky, Round Ball mumbled. Its jealousy was apparent. It saw too many treasures just now, and they were all the personal collections of a Universe Stage martial warrior. Many Heaven Stage and Universe Stage martial warriors would fight to get them. Not all Universe Stage martial warriors were the same. The Flaming River martial warrior had been around for a long time, so he could accumulate such wealth. Normal Universe Stage martial warriors were lucky enough to have half of it. In summary, Wang Ting had hit the jackpot. Chapter 1037. Remember to clean the Nangong. Residence for me to stay. There's one more item that's worth a lot. Wang Ting said. There's more? Seriously? Round Ball felt its heart shuddering. It was a little numb as it asked, what is it? A universe spacecraft. Wang Ting replied. This universe-level spacecraft was inside the space ring, but he couldn't take it out now. Round Ball gasped loudly. A universe-level spacecraft? Wang Ting shook his head. Hold on to me. Round Ball said cheekily. Why did this Flaming River martial warrior leave these things to you instead of giving them to his descendants? It didn't understand at all. It felt that the martial warrior must be tactless. Wang Ting reaped all the fruits of his labor. Even it felt a little envious and jealous. Ha ha, maybe he didn't want to endanger his family, so he kept his treasures a secret? Wang Ting guessed. Who knows? The Qi family is pitiful. They only have one Heaven Stage martial warrior in their family currently. Their power has been dwindling. Round Ball shook its head. If the Flaming River martial warrior gave them his treasures, they might be in a better state. I don't really care, Wang Ting replied. You can continue gloating, Round Ball said speechlessly. Besides these items, there are many ores and star cores in the space ring too. They're quite valuable, Wang Ting said. This Universe Stage martial warrior left behind many things, Round Ball exclaimed. Wang Ting nodded in agreement. These resources are enough for you to cultivate to the Universe Stage, Round Ball said. I'll have to plan properly. After I become a baron, I'll go back to Earth to take a look. I won't feel at ease until I solve the issue there, Wang Ting said. Yes, after becoming a baron of the Great Qian Empire, you can have a galaxy as your territory. As for the guardian of the Milky Way, he won't be a problem. You can ask Heaven Stage martial warriors to threaten him. At that time, the Olent Federation might give you the entire Milky Way as compensation, Round Ball said. As a baron, I can seek help from Heaven Stage martial warriors? Wang Ting was surprised. Of course. These Heaven Stage martial warriors will listen to you if they're in your territory. This is how powerful a noble from the Great Qian Empire is, Round Ball said proudly. Wang Ting understood. The baron title in a high-tier civilization and a low-tier civilization was different. There were many powerful martial warriors in the Great Qian Empire, including many Heaven Stage martial warriors. The majority of these Heaven Stage martial warriors attached themselves to various noble families, so naturally, they would listen to the nobles. Honestly, this was the first time a non-blue blood became a baron. Why didn't Nangong Yu ask Heaven Stage martial warriors for help in the past? Wang Ting thought of a question. It can't be help. He's only at the Cosmos stage, so they wouldn't listen to him. Round Ball felt helpless. I'm just a celestial stage martial warrior. Will they listen to me? I was happy for nothing. Wang Ting felt speechless too. You're wrong. The Heaven Stage martial warriors don't just look at your ability, they will look at the benefits you give them too. Master Nangong was very poor. He might have the talent, but he didn't have the money. He's not as rich as you. Look, you're able to recruit Heaven Stage martial warriors from the mecha race. Do you think you can't find other Heaven Stage formidable warriors? Round Ball asked. You seem confident in me. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. They chatted for some time. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sorted through the legacy left behind by the owner of Flaming River World. The Flaming River Martial Warrior was a powerful fire element martial warrior. He left many fire element scriptures and battle techniques, as well as his years of inspiration. They were of great help to Wang Ting. Not everyone could enjoy the legacy of a Universe Stage martial warrior. More than 10 days later, the Universe spacecraft arrived back on the Great Qian planet. Along the way, the noble family's representatives sent news back to their families to tell them that Wang Ting had won the Baron's title. This piece of news caused a huge commotion and astonishment in the higher class circle. No one expected this martial warrior from a backward planet to win the Baron's title. Chao Hongtu became the biggest loser. He was in a miserable state. The event continued snowballing. More and more people knew about it. Everyone was waiting for the day Wang Ting inherited the title. The spacecraft parked at the dock. Wang Ting followed the head of the chamber off the spacecraft and rode the orbital train back to the Great Qian planet. Before they parted, the head said to Wang Ting, "I'll report the result to the higher authorities. You can go back and wait for the news. I think you'll be able to inherit the Baron's title in less than 2 days." "Thank you." Wang Ting thanked the head of the chamber quickly. He was elated. The head waved his hand and left with his subordinate. Chao Hongtu and the members of the Parker's family looked at Wang Ting from afar. They didn't leave. After the head of the chamber left, they walked over. Before the other party could open their mouths, Wang Ting said, "Senior brother Chao, remember to clean the Nangong residence for me." Chao Hongtu's face turned green. Anger surged in his heart. "You won't be able to stay there for long," he said coldly. "Are you threatening me?" Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. Chao Hongtu wanted to retort, but Voltaire stopped him. "In the Great Qian Empire, you can't cover the sky with your hands yet. If I can recruit one Heaven Stage martial warrior, I can recruit a second and third one." Wang Ting stared at Chao Hongtu and said coldly, "You can try if you want to die." Both parties had shed all pretenses, so Wang Ting didn't have to worry about anything. "You!" Chao Hongtu's pupils shrank. "Young man, you should think before you speak. Don't act on impulse," Voltaire said nonchalantly. "Who are you?" Wang Ting smirked. "You don't have the right to reprimand me. You'll suffer if you don't listen to other people's advice. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're a baron now." Voltaire snorted. "Let me throw this sentence back at you. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're one of the 8 dukes." Wang Ting frowned and said, "Humph." Voltaire didn't expect Wang Ting to have the guts to threaten him. He was infuriated. He snorted, but suddenly, he remembered something and gave Wang Ting a meaningful glance. Then, he smiled coldly as if mocking him before turning around and leaving with Chao Hongtu. Wang Ting frowned. Voltaire's gaze made him uncomfortable. It was as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What are they planning? Wang Ting wondered. He didn't think that Chao Hongtu and the Parkers would let him go easily. "Looks like I have to make preparations." Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He left with Enlan and returned to wait for the chamber's notice. Chapter 1038, The Eve. Wang Ting stayed in the house after he came back to Great Qian City. He cultivated and digested his gains. News about his victory spread further and further. At a moment like this, there would definitely be people visiting him. The grandmasters he was familiar with came to congratulate him, and told him that they would be present on the day of the ceremony to congratulate and give their gifts to him. Inheriting a baron's title was a huge affair. To Wang Ting, it was a happy event, so the merrier the better. He didn't have any background in the Great Qian Empire, and was all alone. Hence, there might only be a few visitors on that day. This would be a great blow to his reputation. These grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance befriended Wang Ting because they acknowledged his potential. Thus, they were willing to support him and would come for the ceremony. At the same time, a storm was brewing on the entire Great Qian planet. Many factions were talking about this issue. Have you heard about the result of Baron Nangong's inheritance? That unlucky Baron Nangong? How many years has it been? Is there finally a result? Isn't Baron Nangong's disciple, Chao Hongtu, inheriting his title? I heard that he has been accumulating military exploits all this while so that he could get the title. You're so outdated. I heard that a native martial warrior from a backward planet came to fight with Chao Hongtu for the title. What? A native from a backward planet? Really? Are you kidding? Or is the native martial warrior an unprecedented talent? Who knows? I heard that he won the title from Chao Hongtu. He must be an extraordinary person. There were many people who felt the same way. All the factions were discussing and observing this issue secretly. Not everyone knew the details. This made them even more curious. In summary, this topic continued to be trending for a long time and showed no signs of dying down. The Baron's ceremony will be held a day or two later. Let's go to Great Qian City to watch it. Right, well no after seeing it for ourselves. I'm curious about the native that won the Baron's title. Sure, see you in Great Qian City. A new Baron? He will be given a galaxy as his property. Anyone wants to seek refuge with him? Let's see what kind of person he is first. If he's an idiot, there's no point in it. That's right. If he doesn't have any potential, it will be a waste to follow him. Haha, if he's an unprecedented talent, y'all must grab the chance quickly. Some factions hurried to Great Qian City to take part in this big event. Within 2 days, a large number of tourists gathered in Great Qian City. The atmosphere got increasingly livelier. Some came to join in the fun while others were here to see Wang Ting. In the universe, it was difficult to become stronger if one didn't have any background. Members of nobility were able to rally different factions. This was the best choice for martial warriors from small factions. Also, they had a galaxy as their property. There were a huge number of life planets in a galaxy, so their earnings and potential future development were big. Moreover, this was a galaxy under a high-tier civilization, different from a galaxy under a low-tier civilization. The profits were worlds apart and the number of formidable martial warriors was incomparable too. For instance, the Olent Federation had 9 main galaxies but only 1 Cosmos Stage martial warrior guarded each galaxy. In the Great Qian Empire, there were already thousands of Cosmos Stage martial warriors and ample Heaven Stage martial warriors. Nothing was comparable. There was nothing that needed to be said about all the wealth these life planets could generate. It was an immeasurable number. The Olent Federation was dependent on the Great Qian Empire. There were many mid-tier and low-tier civilizations under a high-tier civilization. However, they had their own governance, and the high-tier civilization wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Hence, when a high-tier civilization chose a galaxy for a reward, they wouldn't choose a galaxy from a low-tier civilization. They would choose one from their territory. Well, the big nations cared about their reputation too. They couldn't give a backward galaxy to their own member of the nobility, right? Others would think of them as a joke. Currently, Wang Ting was staying in Fan Taining's residence. 2 days passed quickly. He received a message from the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber. The time of the ceremony was set. It would be held at 8 a.m. the next day. The location was at the Great Qian Palace. Wang Ting was surprised about the venue. Mind you, that was the most important and respected place in the entire Great Qian Empire. It was rumored that the most formidable martial warriors in the empire were stationed here. Some of them were at the eternal stage. Those people were at the peak of the universe's pyramid. Above the eternal stage were the gates to divinity. After all, eternal stage martial warriors already possessed longevity. It was difficult to imagine what could be after that, so calling it divinity was understandable. Of course, this was what Wang Ting heard from others, or what he guessed after obtaining the legacy of the Flaming River martial warrior. He didn't know the details clearly. The stage was too profound. It wasn't something he could touch at the moment. Even the Flaming River martial warrior didn't understand it, much less him. But if there were really such a powerful presence in the Great Qian Palace, he might be able to get some benefit. Other people might be dumbstruck if they knew Wang Ting's plans. He was eyeing the Great Qian Palace? Did he grow balls of steel? Wang Ting touched his chin and pondered for a moment. He felt that he could go with the flow at that time and only collect wool from this fat sheep when he was safe. This was the right way. After confirming his plan, he looked at the message on his wristwatch and scrolled down. Besides the time and date, there were other details in the message, including things to note during the ceremony and the noble formalities, etc. The barren ceremony of a high-tier civilization had its rules and regulations. It wasn't just a simple ceremony. "This is troublesome," Wang Ting muttered. Right then, he heard a knock on the door. Wang Ting frowned, wondering who came to find him at this time. "Come in," he said. The door wasn't locked. Master Fan Taining had asked his female disciple to bring an unexpected guest to Wang Ting. Guardian Ming Cheng. Wang Ting stood up and greeted him. The guest was the Heaven Stage martial warrior he had met in the Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Ming Cheng nodded and took out an item. "These are the clothes you need to wear tomorrow. The head of the chamber asked me to send them to you." Wang Ting's gaze landed on the purple clothes in his hand. He was stunned. The Noble Family Consultation Chamber was extremely efficient. He received the message a few seconds ago and the clothes were already sent over. Chapter 1039 To Hell with a Native Marshal. From a Backwards Planet? 1. Guardian Ming Cheng came and left quickly. He only came to bring him the clothes. Wang Ting sent him to the entrance personally. He didn't display any arrogance. The other party was a Heaven Stage martial warrior. It was already an honor for him to send clothes personally. "You're welcome. You will be a baron soon. Your status is higher than mine." Guardian Ming Cheng gave a rare smile before he left. This was the first time Wang Ting experienced the special treatment of a noble. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior treated him politely. He went back to his room and laid out the clothes, sizing them up. This was an extravagant and exquisite purple long gown with gold linings. There was a ferocious and majestic Kunwu beast sewn on it. It seemed to be roaring into the sky with a domineering aura. According to what Guardian Ming Cheng said, this noble uniform was made from silk produced by a high-tier, imperial-level amethyst crystal silkworm and weaved using a special method. It was not only fire and water-resistant, but it also possessed a strong defense. A high-tier, imperial-level star beast was equivalent to a Heaven Stage martial warrior. This amethyst crystal silkworm was a rare star beast, so the silk it produced must be of extremely high quality. Wang Ting was surprised that it was used to make clothes. Fan Taining's female disciple hadn't left. She stood at the door and stared at the robe with glistening eyes. "Grandmaster Wang Ting, you're going to be a noble soon. A strange glimmer appeared in her eyes as she stared at Wang Ting. This young man wasn't just a grandmaster. He was also a noble of the empire and was young and handsome. He was the Prince Charming of every young lady. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He immediately knew that there was something wrong with this young lady. But she was thinking too much if she was trying to seduce him. He didn't mind accepting her as his mistress if she was as beautiful as Chao Jiaojiao. Cui sight, her looks were not bad, but he felt that she wasn't worthy of him. Her talent was normal. She didn't even have the right to be his servant. If she wasn't Fan Taining's disciple, Wang Ting wouldn't even bother about her. Wang Ting stared at her contemptuously, found a random reason to push her away, and closed the door. Ha ha ha! Round Ball appeared and laughed loudly. Why are you laughing? Wang Ting barked. Do you understand the benefits of being a noble? This lady wants to seduce you, Round Ball said proudly. Isn't it because I'm handsome? I think she's eyeing my looks, Wang Ting said. Pfft! Round Ball rolled its eyes and pretended to vomit. Go away! Wang Ting was furious. Round Ball ignored him and floated in front of the purple gown. It reached out and caressed it gently with a sorrowful expression. Wang Ting knew that it must be thinking of Nangong Yu from its expression. He didn't know how to console it. With a sigh, Round Ball disappeared. Only its voice resounded in the air. Tomorrow is your Baron's ceremony. Prepare properly. Wang Ting shook his head. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The next day, a huge crowd had assembled outside the Great Qian Palace bright and early in the morning. Noises of discussions soared into the sky. It was extremely lively. There was a long white jade staircase behind the plaza. It seemed to stretch all the way into the sky. The Great Qian Palace was situated behind the stairs, concealed in a curtain of mist. When the breeze blew, a small tip of this towering and majestic palace was revealed. Behind it was an entire patch of mountain range laid on the horizon. It separated the sky and the ground, also shrouded in clouds. It was a mysterious scene. This was the forbidden ground of the empire. It was said that the ancestors of the empire were buried here. Even the country's divine beast, Kunwu Beast, was hibernating in this mountain range. Of course, these were all legends. No one saw it personally. The crowd started to get a little impatient after waiting for some time. Why hasn't he arrived yet? We have been waiting for so long, but there's no sign of anyone. I woke up before dawn. Me too. I wouldn't be able to squeeze my way in if I had come later. Isn't it just a baron? Do y'all have to be so excited? Everyone was curious about the ceremony. They wondered what this native looked like. This situation rarely occurred in the Great Qian Empire. No one had heard of a native from a remote planet becoming a baron in a high-tier civilization. This was the first time. Some people felt that they would be able to witness a genius in action. Others felt that this was just a rumor. The real person might not be as powerful as the stories made him out to be. Suddenly, the place turned quiet. Look, it's the flying car of the Duke of the Empire. The nobles are here. Someone shouted. A rune energy flying car floated down from the sky. It had a strange flower insignia. Many people recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. The crimson gold fleur-de-lis. This is the symbol of Duke Situ. I wonder who came? This is just a baron ceremony. Duke Situ might not come. While everyone was discussing, a tall and lofty middle-aged man alighted from the car. He wore a stern expression and had a sharp gaze. It was impossible to stare him in the eye. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.